Bull. Oh,
Gains on the second
wonderful.
leg.
Sixum here to complete the job. Just doing it free. It'd be his third top clutch check of the day.
shot. Oh,
And that's some way to
Andy
finish
Bolton.
for Andy Bolton. This would be some way to save it. This would be some way to save it. Tops. Oh,
Gains
that's a
on
Hail
the
Mary and a
fifth
half
leg.
from Brian Raman. Are we? Will we? Yes!
Gains on the
Andy
bottom.
Bolton
Andy
reels
Bolton.
in the first big fish of the Global Championship.
Listen for the 81 runs you're hitting for the 170s. Double 10. Oh, double.
Brian Raman.
Good morning. The race for global supremacy here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth continues. Welcome along to day 3 of the ADC Global Championship, where it's Andy Bolton's Group A to lose. He has an 8-point lead going into today's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. One win will pretty much seal the deal for the X Factor. Today it's going to be all about the race for Group B and C, who's going to be plotted where on Thursday and Friday. And we're going to be watching all the action in the company of Scott Mitchell. Scott, first and foremost, we're 2 days down in this Global Championship, and it's been total domination so far for Andy Bolton.
Yeah, it has, and so much so that even if he loses all 5 games today, he will still remain in Group B. So, you know, that's domination we don't very often see here. It usually goes down to the wire. That's going to be all about now the Group B and Group C places.
Yeah, Andy Bolton, 8 points clear. Sebastian Bialecki, Andreas Nikolaou and Thomas Banks in second, third and fourth respectively. Brian Raman and Gemma Hayter in 5th and 6th there. I want to talk about Seb and Thomas. They were the 2 players that yes, they maybe harboured some of the headlines. Day 1 for the pair maybe didn't quite go to plan, but there were signs yesterday, particularly for Thomas, that things were trending in the right direction.
Yeah, the numbers were up a little bit on the day before, and that's a sign that they're sort of getting into it. I spoke to Thomas this morning, and I said, you know, you start so slowly. He said, I'm fully aware of it. I need to sort of do something about that, and hopefully he's going to do that this morning. And Seb, well, Seb's been Seb, you know, he sets that level out, and if you go above it, you get him, and if you go under it, he gets you.
In terms of today, what does he have to do to maybe be a little bit more consistent? Because there's been some ups and downs this week.
Yeah, he's tended to play the player this week rather than set his own stall out. We spoke about it on Monday about how he's so good at sort of flatlining his average and on the up and down, and he hasn't really done that. But it's been down to doubles really. He's been putting himself in positions to give himself good chances against the better players, and he's sort of fluffed his lines when it comes to the double. Sharpens up on those, and that brings confidence, and then with that confidence, the averages start to soar.
Now, usually at this time of the day, we'd give you the outright odds for the group, but because Andy Bolton's got such a big lead, there's not odds for the group. So we're just going to have to show you and tell you what's going to be happening in terms of the rest of the week, and these are the odds for the week. Andy Bolton's gone in to 3-1 joint favourite alongside Darryl Pilgrim. But is there any early indications when you have a look at the list down there, Scott, as to any players that could provide maybe just a little bit of value in the market over the next couple of days?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. Bradley Roos is quite a long shot at 16-1. We know that he has the levels that he can go through, but we all know that it's on the day. And with him, when he starts the day well, he plays well. So, I mean, that for me is probably the value on the week. Pilgrim is kind of, he's the standout player. And you know, you're looking at him and Bolton really at the end of the week, end of the series.
Well, it's 18+, gambleaware.org if you can have a flutter on the Global Championship over the course of the next fortnight. To our first game then of the session, sees Brian Raman and Andy Bolton go toe-to-toe. This fixture really did live up to expectation yesterday. Bolton reeled in the big fish. Raman hit back with a 120 checkout, but it is the X Factor that has an 8-point lead going into today's action. It's his group to lose effectively. Early on this morning, I caught up with the Scot to get his take on the championship so far. Andy, really good start to this week. You must be really pleased with the levels you've been able to obtain the last couple of days.
Yeah, I felt really good. The main thing about this week was after the couple of days I played in the Champions Week last week, things didn't go my way, and then so mentally it's about switching that around, and I think I've been able to do that the first couple of days.
What do you think the big change has been from last week to this week?
I had a massage on Saturday, which has definitely helped with the old shoulder and stuff. Just just trying to stay calm, really. But look, it's very fine margins, this game, and my averages weren't amazing last week, but it's just like the doubles. My doubles have gone in the last 2 days. My finishing, I think, has been the big difference from last week, and and I think that's why I'm where I am.
You're an experienced campaigner in this particular format. I know it's a different competition this week. A lot of the games with you have obviously been won by tight score lines and things like that. Has the key been doubling it at points in legs, which could have gone the other way?
Yeah, definitely. I think yesterday, more so than Monday, I kind of got away with a couple of, my opponent was on a double first, and and when I got my chance, I stepped in and took it, and that's what this game's. This game's all about timing. Whether you have a phenomenal average or whether it's just a nitty gritty game. If you get there before, the person you're playing, then happy days.
In terms of the day, I can imagine the one word you don't want to let set in is complacency.
Yeah, I would love to go through the cut. That's going to be my aim today. I think the important thing is that maybe it's an experience thing. There's a good chance I'm going to be playing one of these guys again come Saturday night if I win Group A. Then, I don't want the last thing that he remembers, beating me on the Wednesday. So it's important to keep that, floor to the,
foot to the floor.
To the floor. That's the one.
Well, I wish you all the very best, Addy. Good luck.
Thanks very much, pal.
Well, Andy Bolton has an 8-point lead. The job could effectively be done right here, right now, if he gets the better of Brian Raman in the first game of the session. For Brian, he finds himself on 6 points following 2 days' worth of play. And he may well be asking himself some questions as to why. There's been some good performances in there, but that real consistency, which it looked like he was building back up in recent months, has lacked when it's come to the push. As for Andy Bolton, well, he has been head and shoulders above everybody else in this group. The 51-year-old from Ardrossan in Scotland, ranked number 4 in the ADC UK rankings. And he has shown that X factor at times, but it's been his reliability, it's been his consistency, which has put him to the top of the pile. For the first time at these global championships, Jack Garwood will take charge of the action.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Our third day here, our third referee. But I'm happy to say that Scott Mitchell is alongside me once again for all of the action on this Wednesday morning.
92.
Yep, sure am. Absolutely enjoyed it. Enjoyed the first 2 days. As you say, Andy Bolton has been the star performer and head and shoulders above the others.
60.
And just looking at the numbers for the last couple of days, he played really well. 92.46 for the 10 games that he's played already, which is right up there with the top players, and anybody would be happy with that. Running anything over a 90 would be really cool, but his closest rival in the averages is Sebastian Bialecki. So he's running 88, so he's his closest, still 4 points behind, but he's his closest. But probably the one that's disappointed for me this week so far is Raman here. He, like you say, he showed some really classy moments, but really struggled to find the consistency to continue to do that, which is why he finds himself in the group where he is.
Well, his finishing at times has been a real cause of concern. Finishing stats are 26 and 36% for the opening couple of days. Admittedly, there was a big improvement in that particular department on Tuesday. And in terms of the scoring, he's got off to a solid enough start here in leg 1, leaving himself on 120 after 12, which was one of 2 ton-plus checkouts, which was taken in the corresponding fixture yesterday. And it was taken by Brian. Gazumped by the big fish, the leg prior by Andy Bolton. The first we've ever seen here at the Global Championship.
This is what Andy was doing yesterday, hitting big scores
140. Brian, you require 6.
when his opponent was around a double mark.
Game shot on the
This
first
time he
leg.
doesn't get
Brian
back,
Raman.
but yesterday he had so many times that the opponent allowed him back, and then he would pop
Second
an
leg,
82,
it's Andy to
a
throw
78,
first.
a 170,
Game
a
on.
158. And he was right in his assumption there in his interview. His finishing has been the difference between this week and last week, without doubt.
58.
It was a Champions Week for Andy, which didn't go to plan. In fact, Champions Week hasn't been a happy hunting ground for the X Factor. 3 appearances there, yet to
100.
make a Champions Night. But this is a different competition, which holds no battle scars. And a competition which he has publicly said that he wants to win. He said that winning the Global Championship,
43.
and I quote this when I say this, would be the icing on top of a very big cake, and he likes cake.
140.
I think we all like cake, to be fair, but we like to have our cake and eat it.
121.
Big cheesecake man myself.
Oh, cheese and cake should never be together.
41.
But we're going down another road there. We'll leave it.
$60.
When he wins the tournament, £25,000 in his back pocket, he can buy whatever cake he so wishes. But he
6.
finds himself in a bit of a hole in this opening match. A man has left himself on a finish after 12, but should have left it much more handy than 116. So it allows Bolton the opportunity to leave himself on a 2-darter.
Brian, you
On
require
throw is exactly
106.
what he does. Raman did take this out yesterday to save his match against Andreas
56.
Nikolaou, but he's unable
Andy,
to
you
do so
require
here. And so
82.
Bolton back to level this game up.
$79, that's a good look. He steps back again because he's not decided. He's now going down to 19s. He was looking at the 13s early,
42. Brian, you require 100.
but then changed.
$76. Andy, you require 40.
Loves double 14 or double 13. He's very much Connor Scott-like in that
Yeah,
particular
Sean, the
regard.
second
But
leg,
Bolton
Andy
pins
Bolton.
double 10 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
Third leg.
Very
it's
much a
Brian
modern
to
way
throw
of
first.
thinking.
Game on.
Players doing anything in their power to leave a double central leave on
140.
the left or the right hand side of the board.
Yeah, there's a lot of doubles that are becoming a little more trendy than they used to be. I think Sasulovic
84.
made the 28 a fairly trendy route to go, and everybody started thinking, hey, actually, that's not a bad way to go.
81.
So I think that's one that's been used, and we're seeing a lot more double 13s. People just happy to back themselves with one dart in their hand, I think is more to the point.
100.
There's some players that when you talk about darts to them,
108.
you feel physically sick and you just feel mentally drained because of the amount of information and the amount of knowledge they have. And Brian Raman is in that category.
100.
Yeah, he's
Brian, you
he's
require
not
100.
only a fantastic dart player, he's a bit of an anorak about what's going on everywhere within darts.
52.
And who does what and who's got what, and he can remember it. I can see he speaks very well, and I know he's only a young man, but he's one of those that you would say would have a
177. Brian, you require 48.
commentary side of the game or some such thing, spotting or whatever. He's just all over the game, isn't he?
Game shot on the third leg. Brian Raman.
Finds a double 16 there to move 2-1 in front. Brian does do some work at the the World Championships for a Belgian
Fourth
television
leg, it's
company.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
I don't know what's happened there, but both players have got a real wry smile on their face. This has been an intriguing battle this week between the pair. We had the meeting on Monday where something happened in the middle of the match which kind of put both players off. And then yesterday,
96.
we saw a marvellous battle between these two, littered with brilliant finishing.
56.
And at the minute, Brian looks like he's got out the gate quite well. He looks almost refreshed, doesn't he, this morning?
Yeah, very much so. Maybe he's. I know that he's disappointed with his own performances so far this week. And what you try to do is really have a good Wednesday, so that whatever group you end up going into, you've got a bit of a head of steam up and a bit of confidence behind you. And it was going well the day before, so
58.
it should continue to go well the next day, and that would be sort of like a major thing to start a group with a really good start when it's only a 2-day group.
140.
You've been in a position similar to this of Andy Bolton in the Group A, where you're so far in front and it just feels like you can't even win the group now. The only thing you can do is
108.
lose it because of the position that you're in. There's no gains from this particular scenario. How difficult can it be? Because you know the job is pretty much done, but you just got to shore it up.
Yeah, for me, I was just trying to. It was going through the motions, but you had all the confidence of playing really well to go with it. So then when you started throwing with a bit of freedom, knowing that you were already through the group, you started to play even better. And I can see that possibly happening to Andy today. You know you're being gunned at by the rest of the group also. Bullseye here.
59. Brian, you
I think
require
you can see by the grimace on the face that he knows he was close.
55.
That was for the break for Raman. The
25.
opportunity comes and goes. Bolton will come back. Should get to a 8-8. Will get to a 8-8. And he will level this game up at 2-2. Just when Raman had a chance to get the break and open up a 2-leg buffer.
Fifth leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 92. $60. 140. $95. 99. 60. Brian, you require 170.
Well, we were hoping the
45.
170 was going to get a good look, but it didn't happen on this occasion. And once again, we have a chance of the Bolton trait coming back. A big score here. Threw that second one a little bit too quickly, didn't he?
125.
And that's predicted.
Brian,
a big
you
score
require
here. He's now on a
125.
finish.
$105.
Nicely
Andy,
done
you
by
require
Raman.
161.
But here we go. 158 and a 170 already in the bank for Andy Bolton. Can he add the 161? Not on this occasion. But you can see by the look on his face, every time he's going for that type of shot now,
90.
he believes he's going to get
Brian, you
it.
require 20.
Really is fancying the task, but
Game shot on
so
the
is
fifth
Brian
leg.
Raman
Brian
here.
Raman.
3-2 to the good and a leg away from imposing just a second defeat of the week on Andy Bolton.
Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw
Realistically,
first. Game
it
on.
probably won't make a difference. but he mentioned in his pre-match interview this morning that he wanted to complete the card today because the last thing he wanted to do was win the group and then somebody have a W against him, and given that kind of confidence going into Saturday's finale.
Yeah, and once again, I think you can understand that. It is a good way to look at it.
140.
And should he go through the, and, you know, have 14 wins out of 15, he puts his name alongside some legends.
Including a Lakeside World Champion. Yes, Shane McGurk.
140.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not me.
140. Andy, you require 134.
This to save the contest for Andy Bolton. Not to be. Now, Brian Raman
54. Brian,
has taken this finish out this week. Did so in his opening game yesterday against Thomas Banks. But he's not going to find it here to win this contest. And Bolton will return for 80
44.
to take us the distance in this opening game of the day. It's double 10. 5 now, 1 in hand.
75. Brian, you require
A rare
80.
miss and good opportunity here for Raman.
$39. Andy, you require
Squandered,
5.
and I think that's been the story of Raman's week.
Double 2 to
It's
take
on a
us all the
stick
way.
leg, Andy Bolton.
We go to a last leg decider. Raman
7th and final leg. It's Brian to
get
throw
an
first.
opportunity from the
Game on.
80 to have a match start. And Bolton picks his pocket to take us all the way. Although the Belgian does have the advantage
6.
of the throw in this deciding leg. But a 60 start there has just put the ball in the court of that man in your picture, who has straight away taken the darts.
108.
He is such a hard nut to crack.
97.
Yeah, the funny thing about the 180 stats are that Andy's only hit 7 this week. That was his 8th so far. And bearing in mind, Gemma Hayter hit 7 yesterday in one day. So
86.
his game is built on that 140 plateau, isn't it?
90.
He hits that many tons and 140s that the 180s don't really affect him.
99.
Although if you speak to him, I know he'll tell you that he would like to hit more 180s than he does. But I think the rest of us would all like to win as many
58.
games as Andy Bolton does. The
Andy,
way
you
that he
require
does it,
136.
he's always there.
And this have pretty much put him there. Has got 6 on this 136 to complete the turnaround.
6.
The man went 3-2 up. Hasn't had a match start. And you sense off the back of this 76, Bolton will get at least 1.
60. Andy, you require 76.
We'll hope for 2. And this to continue this incredible winning run. He's got 2 in his hand at double 8.
Game
Win
shot and the
number
match,
10 for Andy Bolton in this Group A. And that should be the win. That pretty much seals the job. It was a case of just confirming the formality on this Wednesday for the X Factor. And he does it with relative ease. He was made to work for it against Brian Raman in that particular contest, though. Average just under 90. Raman had led for large parts of the contest. But Bolton held his nerve and got over the line, sealing a 4-3 success. And that now puts him 10 points clear. He's pretty much there or thereabouts. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Thomas Banks in action for the first time today. And he takes on the pole, Sebastian Bialecki, who begins the day in P2. It's the Global Championship here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Our first game of the session has been completed, and it saw Andy Bolton get the better of Brian Raman by 4 legs to 3, average just under 90. Had trailed 3-2 in that contest, and he's now sealed a 10th win, which sees him 10 points clear. One of Sebastian Bialecki and Thomas Banks will move on to 12 at the end of this one. Thomas, 18 years of age, from Sawbridge Worth, UK #1, the Bulldog, up against the 21-year-old Sebastian Bialecki from Lodz in Poland, winner of the Eastern European Festival to qualify for these championships. And he'll be playing on the PDC Pro Tour come the commencement of January 2025. It'll be the last time that we see him here at the Live Lounge, possibly ever. And in the nicest way, and I mean this in the nicest way, because it means Seb goes on to have a very long and established career. It's the last time we see him here for a very, very long time.
93.
And the matchups between these two so far this week, both have gone Thomas Banks' way.
123.
I know how Sebastian thinks on these, or I do, because I've been in groups with him before.
140.
Doesn't like to be beat 3 times on the trot by the same person within the group. And he told me as much because I was the one that was on 2-zip on him in the group. And then when he got me, he told me. So I don't like to lose to people 3 times in a row. Which is easier said than done in this group situation. In other situations, you may not play him 3 times in a year. But here, it's 3 times in 3 days.
There's an ultra intensity, isn't there, about meetings here? You go from never playing somebody, and then by the end of the week, you kind of know everything about their game because you played them so many times.
Oh, we know about Seb's game this week. He's 4 points behind Andy Bolton in what he's averaged over the last couple of days. And he, in turn, is 4 points above Raman in third in the averages over the last 2 days. So
you require 32.
Seb's probably sat in the right place in the group for what he's averaging in comparison to others.
Game shot on the first leg.
But he would have liked to have seen the gap a little closer between him and Andy Bolton, I think.
Second leg, it's Sebastian.
Well, an excellent start to the day for Seb. A 40 dart breaker throw to lead this contest against Thomas Banks by a leg to 0. As far as his stats for yesterday were concerned, he's the only player that's becoming comparable in terms of the stats to Andy Bolton. An average yesterday over the course of his 5 matches of 89.05. His doubling was okay, 16 from 52. That equates to about 30%. Had the highest average of the day yesterday too, 96.97. An average which came in a 4-0 win against Gemma Hayter to end yesterday's action. As for Thomas Banks,
140.
There was no problem with his power scoring. 7-180s yesterday, which was the joint most of the group, but 25% on his doubles, just 14 hits from 56 attempts throughout the course of the day yesterday. In fact, he had the most darts at double of any player on Tuesday of the Live Lounge.
140.
That's a leg this from Thomas Banks. Kicked off on an 84.
Thomas, you require
140, 140. Can he finish it off? It's not going to be this time. Treble 20 would have left him double top. He's left 80. Bialecki back on 202. Needs a treble.
60.
Not that one.
Thomas, you require 80.
So Banks have an opportunity to square this game up at 1 apiece.
Gets on the
2:14
second
dart
leg.
breaks a
Thomas
throw,
Banks.
sees this game level at 1-1.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Well, the one thing that has helped Thomas this week is not just the power scoring like that, but when doubles have gone awry, he has had a friend in double 10 that has got him out of jail on a few occasions.
60.
That's a perfect first dart, and there was almost an expectation that a couple more would follow. One does.
140.
And when a player like Thomas goes 4 perfect darts in a leg, there's almost a tantalisation that the possibility of a 9-darter could well be a realisation.
100.
But this is a really good start from Thomas.
42.
I suppose there's an air of freedom that could be attached to his game today because he's not going to win the group. He'll push for Group B on Thursday and Friday night. And actually, there was a feeling a lot of the players are practicing on stage together this morning that
100.
there's almost a feeling the Group B is
Thomas
pretty much done. And that there's a little bit
139.
more of a relaxed nature about today.
Yeah, which can happen with a group. But I think you'll find
59.
as a couple of games go by and then we start to shape up who's going to go to Group B and Group C. Those last couple of games, the nerves get a little bit ramped up depending on where players feel they're more ideally suited. And
80.
Sebastian
Thomas
Bialecki
require
there.
80.
big 180 to pressure the 80 here, but double 5.
75.
And you could just
Sebastian,
see in
you
his face
require
that he was
61.
slightly overthinking that last dart rather than making it spontaneous. So it's double 18 here for Sebastian, and
third leg, Sebastian Bialecki.
180, and then a couple of darts for 61.
Fourth
2,
leg,
4,
it's
1
Sebastian
in
to throw
5
first.
darts.
Game on.
Thomas will feel that he's given that leg up because he had a couple of darts at a double, but sometimes you have to tip your cap and go, that was pretty good from
58.
Sebastian.
Well, 3 legs played, 3:14 dart breaks a throw.
99.
I say, talking to Thomas this morning, he's fully aware that he doesn't come out the blocks very quickly, but he certainly has this morning. Not done a great deal wrong here, and he still trails 2-1.
43.
Yeah, the conversation with Thomas Banks, my end, was nothing to do with the darts.
92.
I think we both agreed that we'll never, ever, ever, ever talk about the football match which took place at Fratton Park last night.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk about it with him. I have.
96.
So it's not an issue for me. Even he thinks that Portsmouth's goal should have stood.
140.
Yeah, I was speaking to the Portsmouth manager after that last night, and he was not happy whatsoever. And in fairness, the Norwich manager, I was listening to their press, was
59. Thomas
was very
require
coy about his
170.
response when asked a question on it. Well, this is a game which is being played
56.
in 5-visit territory. Every single leg has been won in 15 or less. Well, 14 every single one of the legs so far. Well, if that trend of 5-visit legs are going to continue, then Banks has to take out this 114. It also continue a trend
96.
where every
Thomas
single leg
require
in this contest so
114.
far has gone against the throw. Tops,
94.
drags low.
Sebastian, you require 149.
And what a
shot on the
big,
fourth
big
leg.
visit
Sebastian
from
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki. He's done it again.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to
He's
throw
picked
first.
Thomas Banks's
Game on.
pocket. Thomas was there first once again. And now what's going
43.
through that young man's mind? No matter what he does, he's come out of the traps a lot faster this morning. And it's been oh so close, but no cigar for him.
39.
Thomas Banks must be thinking, why does it always rain on me?
100.
Every single time he tries to up the levels, his opponent just finds something more.
In
In terms of the numbers, it's been an evenly weighted game, but it's just that one moment of quality from Seb which has pushed it in the direction of the pole.
140.
Credit to Thomas, though. He's sticking in with the task. He hasn't let his head drop following the 149 out of Seb in the previous leg.
No, he hasn't.
108.
Back-to-back 180s from Seb. Oh, go on, mate. Get in there.
He's left himself for a double after 12, and he still may not win the leg. Because Bialecki here, looking at this 102 for the match, but he's not going to take it out to take care of the contest.
70.
Bialecki leaves himself on 32 after 12. Banks is going to split 38 after the same number of darts. And fine, double 14 for the game's fourth 14 darter in 5 legs.
Yeah, impressive that from Thomas Banks.
Game on.
Really impressive. There's the leg breakdown, just the one 18 dart leg spoiling that in the middle, but averages here.
140.
Thomas Banks, 96 and a smidgen. And Sebastian Bialecki,
99.
he's on 97 and a half. So there they are. Super games to open up day 3 here of the ADC Global Championship Week 1. And that's a mouthful to say. That's difficult to say with a mouthful of peanuts, I can tell you.
140.
This game at times has been nuts.
It's been a quality encounter. That's exactly what it's been.
140.
It's two fellas looking at that group and trying to make a bit of a move and make a bit of a stand of where they want to be for Thursday and Friday.
Sebastian, you require 81.
Good counted again from Banks.
Double 13 to get the job done.
55.
Clips the wire.
Thomas, you
We
require
have seen a 170 this
170.
week, but we're not going to see another there. And so Bialecki to bring to a close a tremendous
90.
contest.
Sebastian,
Looking
you
at double
require
13.
26.
One out and one in. You've got to go safe with the first. Oh, that's a little too safe with the second.
13.
And he's gone inside
Thomas,
and
you
offered an
require
opportunity to Thomas
80.
Banks.
Tots to save it.
40.
Goes high
Sebastian,
and
you
wide of the
require
mark. And so
13.
Bialecki to bring this game to a close. He's already spent a couple of opportunities to get this game won. But he's
Get
not
shot
going to make a
and the
mistake
match.
there.
Sebastian
And
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. Mathematically, Thomas Banks now cannot qualify. Sebastian Bialecki probably isn't looking at qualifying through Group A. He's looking at getting himself into Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. But a real good contest that. Both averages in around the mid-90 mark. It was hovering around the ton going into the final leg of that match. The Bialecki 40% on the doubles, and the key turning point in that contest was the 149 to build up a 3-1 lead just when Thomas Banks was sat waiting for 2 apiece. And then an exchange in the last couple saw Bialecki get over the line to win 4-2. Coming up after the break, it's Gemma Hayter up against Andreas Nikolaou. It's the final game from the first round of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Our third game of the session sees Gemma Hayter and Andreas Nikolaou go toe-to-toe. A meeting of England and Cyprus to round off the first round of fixtures on this Wednesday morning. For Gemma, yesterday didn't go to plan whatsoever. Didn't pick up a win. Now finds herself bottom of the table. She still has a chance of making it through to Group B, but winning this game is of the utmost importance for her. In fact, Sebastian Bialecki winning that game may have done her somewhat of a favour. Up against Andreas, who has been a bit of a star this week as the 27-year-old from Limassol, or to me and you, Limassol in English, qualified through the Southern European Tour, nicknamed Blue, which is an appropriate colour to be nicknamed in this particular city. Really did have a superb opening day, won 3 from his 5 matches. Didn't quite play to those rip-roaring standards yesterday, but still managed to come out of the day with 4 points to his name.
Game on.
He's been a real good addition to this global championship, representing not just himself very proudly, but also representing his region with some distinction too.
Yeah, without doubt. And it's we had an interview with him yesterday morning, and he said, you know, it's a massive opportunity for himself and, you know, a big moment for Cypriot darts to have somebody in the ADC Global Championship and here in week 1.
How would you rate Andreas's chances based on the first couple of days of qualifying through to Saturday in terms of either a Group B or a Group C scenario?
Although we look at his kind of
84.
ADC record and how he qualified, I think he's one of those that would easily be underestimated because his qualifying levels, he's pretty much exceeded all the time that he's been here, even on his bad day. So it shows that he's quite happy to go toe-to-toe with players that are playing a lot better than him. And I think long term, when he goes home from this, I think
59.
you'll see him take the level of Cypriot darts to another level. I really do.
Well, 6 darts here to take out the opening leg. He's going to stay upstairs with Gemma not on a finish. And I think there's also something to be said as well that when you play, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, when you play better opposition more consistently, you will play better because you're being forced to do that. Where maybe sometimes back home he's not pushed as much as he will do here.
And I think that works right across the board. There are players that sometimes you go, you see they get a tour card, you go, well, they're just not going to live with these guys over there. You've known them for a while.
Andreas Nikolaou.
It's the first leg to Andreas Nikolaou. And you've seen them play for a while and they get a tour card and think,
Second leg, it's Andreas to throw first.
You know, they're going to get trounced over there. And then you start early doors seeing them off the back of winning a tour card, doing the averages that all the others around them are doing. And you do get dragged along. You do get sort of sucked into it. And I've been in other sports and I was a motocross rider back in the day when in my younger days. And the better standard of rider that I raced with, the faster I went. And it's a similar sort of thing, really.
That's the first time Scott Mitchell and speed have ever been used in a sentence.
Well, at a darts event, yes.
Well, Gemma, alongside
6
Thomas Banks at the joint most run 80s yesterday, 7 to her name. She's hit her first already today, but she's not going to follow up with a second here. Remember, it was on this stage where Fallon Sherrick became the first and, at this present moment in time, only female player to have hit a 9-darter on television.
41. $140.
What a leg this is from Gemma.
Yeah, indeed. And this is why she is one of the top lady players, and she's still getting better.
140. Gemma, you require 81.
The ball
Game shot on the second
beautifully
leg.
executed by Gemma Hayter. It's a 12-dart break back. It was an excellent leg from beginning
Third
to
leg,
end.
it's Gemma to the
And
rope
Hayter
first.
is back on level terms.
Yeah, that's Gem's best leg of the week. Nicely done.
83.
No thought of laying up. It was the ball was there. We used to have those questions back in the day, didn't we? Those little to find out a bit more about players, and one of them was
41.
lay up or go for it. Well, I think we know that Gemma's answer would have been go for it now.
Taking the ball by the horns.
Indeed.
60.
I don't think we've done any quick-fire questions with Gemma Hayter. Maybe that's something we'll have to get up on the TikTok channel before too long.
125.
It's quite amusing, that shot back from the board to the players, and you can see that Nikolaou is
140.
now standing in a totally different place to what he was yesterday. His toe was right out on the end of the maximum end of the yoki, and now today he's not standing in that position at all.
I know that we
41.
poked a little bit of fun at it yesterday in a bit of a light-hearted manner, but is there a serious point to be had here that the fact that he keeps moving into different set positions, throw by throw, that if actually he could just find one set position and he could just keep himself there, that maybe we'd see a more consistent player as a consequence?
Definitely. I think in these sorts of
158.
instances, when you want players to play their best, there should be sort of marks on the top of the yoki,
98.
so that the players can locate their foot position every time straight away where they want to be.
Gemma, you require
Hayter.
60.
For 2-1 lead. She's done a good job of turning this game around after going one down. So 12 darts with the previous leg.
40.
But the tops and tens doesn't
Dress, you
go to
require
turn this
94.
match around.
Now offers up a realistic chance here for Andreas Nikolaou.
$54. Gemma, you require
Had himself
20.
on tops. Took his time. Wanted to make
It's
sure
on
it
the
was
third
perfect.
leg,
But
Gemma Hayter.
also perfect was that double 10 from Gemma Hayter to put herself 2-1 in front in this contest. She had
Fourth
trailed
leg, it's
1-0.
Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Andreas looked to have a bit of a brain freeze moment there, didn't he? It was even when he told what he had left, it was
96.
like, really? Have I? Oh yeah, of course I have. Yeah.
Happens to the best of us, Scott.
Oh, that was me all the time up there. Don't
61.
worry about that.
$41.
You could disallow a totally legitimate goal, Scott. Those types of mistakes happen. It's human error.
I like a bit of human error in the beloved game.
140.
Gemma's also a big Portsmouth fan. Doesn't go week in, week out, but always follows the team's scores and results.
100.
As a matter of fact, it was quite a funny afternoon when she won her title here at the Live Lounge, because she'd won the title and then not long after, news had very quickly drifted through that Portsmouth had won their match. So it was a afternoon of celebration for Gemma for sure. And she's left herself on a checkout here after 9. It's been another really good leg, attacking the Andreas Nikolaou throw superbly so far in this match.
60.
Even yourself on a finish after 9 against a throw, you're always going to pose questions of the player who has the darts.
$159. Jemmy requires 6.
Some impressive short iron play from Nikolaou there to bring himself into 24. Pressure on this double 10 now.
50.
And it was enough to pressure the shot, wasn't it?
And this is how quickly the game can change. It looked like a couple of visits ago that Gemma Hayter was pretty much set for 3-1. But now Andreas Nikolaou has 3 darts in his hand at double 12. Now double 6. Biggest dart in the match.
12.
Possibly the biggest miss of the match.
Jemmy, you require 10. No score. Andreas, you require 12.
Well, that's a poor attempt, really, from Gemma. She'll be really, really disappointed with that. She's done all the hard work here to go 3-1. Kind of fluffed her lines at the end a bit. Offers another opportunity for Nikolaou, but he's fluffed his lines too.
No score. Jemmy, you require 10.
So 2 5s to win what's been an edgy end to this 4th leg. It's been a nerve exchange.
Yeah,
But it's
on the
one that's
4th
won by
leg,
Gemma Hayter. And with a solitary leg more, she would have won this contest. 3-1 she leads.
5th leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
She had to scrap away to get that one, and we can see by Andreas there in the background that he's absolutely choked to have given that one up.
108.
And then back comes Gemma again with another 180. She had 7 yesterday, and she already has 3 in her opening match today.
96.
Her power scoring at points has been absolutely immaculate. But even in this game, it's been the finishing that's been her Achilles heel. 3 from 10 on the outer ring, which has opened up the door at times for Andreas Nikolaou. But in fairness, he's missed 5 at a double himself, unable to really capitalise on those misses from Gemma.
Yeah, I agree with that, mate. He hasn't.
$81. $49. 60.
So after kicking off with a 180, Gemma's now had 3 visits that have totaled 181.
82. Jemmy, you require 140. $55.
Well, her power scoring has completely outweighed that of Andreas in this particular match. And that is what has afforded her so many opportunities. And now a chance to get the game completed if she can take out this 85. It'll seal a 4-1 success, and it'll be a first win since Monday afternoon. Tops to seal it. Tops is got. And it's a win for Gemma Hayter. She ends the rot at the very beginning of Wednesday's action. It's her first win since Monday afternoon, and she's now back on the board, and she's back looking upwards in terms of the league table too. Just a couple of points off of a Group B position. She has got a legs difference deficit to make up, but the 3-leg margin of victory against Andreas Nikolaou does make some inroads there. 4 from 11 on her doubles, but it was the power scoring which really helped her towards success in that match. Coming up after the break, Andy Bolton will dot the I's and cross the T's if he gets the better of Thomas Banks. Welcome back to the Global Championship, where Andy Bolton, the X Factor, is 1 win away from securing his passage through to Saturday night's final. He takes on Thomas Banks in our 4th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. 20 points to his name. And if he gets the better of Sebastian Bialecki, he will mathematically confirm what we've kind of known now for the best part of 24 hours. He will be the winner of Group A. The formalities will be eventually sealed, and he can sit back, he can relax, and he can think about what he's going to do with 2 days off in Portsmouth. He takes on Thomas Banks, who will be hoping to have the day off, but playing the night session on Thursday and Friday. But he was beaten 4-2 by Sebastian Bialecki in his opener to the day's action. Andy Bolton actually had to dodge a couple of bullets by Raman, trailed 3-2 before winning 4-3 in that particular contest. But there's never really been a contest, if the truth be told, to
First leg, it's Andy
win this Group A. It's been a procession by Andy Bolton.
Yeah, it has, and we're saying, you know, he needs to win this game to make sure he's through and all that. But he's beaten Thomas 4-0 and 4-2 in the previous 2 meetings. So in his head, he's probably home and dry. But
6.
we saw a resurgence from Thomas in that first game. He bucked the trend of starting slowly. It was a 95.56 average in his first game, and other than a couple of missed doubles there, that game was his. You know, that was a 4-2 win to him. So
134.
he's obviously now had a couple of days and getting into it, but he's got to back that up again now and do it all again.
6.
Well, it felt like more against Sebastian Bialecki won than Thomas Banks lost. The game was tied at, well, the game was at 2-1, wasn't it? Thomas Banks was in a position to level up at 2 apiece before Bialecki took out the 149 to move 3-1 to the good, and the pair shared the subsequent 2 legs in the match after that, and so Bialecki consequently ran out a 4-2 winner. But as we've seen in the past with Thomas, he tends to play his better darts as the week goes along. He openly admits that he's not the best morning person in the world. He wouldn't do any good on the farm, would he?
55.
No, we'd be in for lunch before he'd even got his wellies on, but that's not the point. I think he's a talented young man, and I was chatting with him earlier and trying to explain to him there's no fast track to the top with this game. You can have all the ability in the world, but you still have to have the experience to go with it.
97.
And we are seeing people, and we have seen people in the last 10 years burst onto the scene and everything go their way for 18 months. And then 18 months later, they're gone. So you've got to have a little bit of longevity. And you mentioned longevity, and then you look at Andy Bolton here. He's been around an awful long time. People forget, I think his first Lakeside World Championships was probably back around 2007, 2008. So a good 16 years ago.
137.
The bit I like about him is he's not too worried where he plays. He just plays. He goes round and finds a way to make being a pro dart player work for him, because he likes being a pro dart player.
He says it's his biggest pride is the fact that for the last 15 years he's been able to call himself a professional darts player, that he's able to do the sport that he loves, and he's able to do it for a living. Appeared in 6 World Championships over the course of his career. Andy, between the BDO and the PDC, 3 apiece. Got to the second round, the last 16 on his debut. For first round defeats in 2011, 2012. His last World Championship appearance came in the COVID year 2021, where he lost 3-2 in sets to Stephen Bunting in the second round of that particular tournament. He's looking for 164 here. Not to be this time.
96.
So Banks back to level up. Looking at this 66, and it wouldn't be his first 14 darter if he does it in 2. Oh, this is tremendous.
Thomas Banks.
A tremendous standard being set by Thomas Banks on this Wednesday.
Third leg.
That already is his third 14 darter, only in the beginning of game 2. Every single leg he's won today has been won in 14 darts.
69.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal from Thomas Banks.
$99. $140.
To think, when Andy Bolton made his debut at the World Championship, Luke Littler wouldn't have even been a year old.
140. 121. And he
Yeah, we were
required
doing a similar comparison to
152.
Littler with Paul Lim when he hit his 9 darter. Luke Littler wasn't born for another 10 or 12 years.
Double 16 for the
Game,
152.
leg,
It's another
Andy
moment of
Bolton.
class. It's another moment for the Andy Bolton personal highlight reel. He reels off
Fourth
another
leg,
big
it's
ton
Thomas
plus
to throw
checkout.
first.
His first
Game
of the
on.
day, the 152, sees him to within 2 legs. A qualification for Saturday night.
96. Six.
Just when it looked like things were going a little bit quiet, does Bolton put in a 12 darter?
It just shows the
Six.
vein of form he's in at the moment. That's, for me, that's his 8th ton plus finish. What's this, his 12th game in the group?
Yeah, game 12. 1 defeat, that was for Andreas Nikolaou on
96.
Monday afternoon. Everything else has been perfect. And of course, the difference as well is compared to other Saturday nights where it's just a winner that qualifies for the
100.
end goal of a championship. He'll end the week knowing that possibly just one win on Saturday would be enough to see him into the quarterfinals a week Sunday, because the semi-finalists from this week will qualify for the grand finals of the Global Championship. Now, imagine if there's a 9-dart shootout on Saturday night where potentially you could be 9 darts from winning and losing 25 grand.
149.
Ouch.
It's only just entered my mind now, and that is a scary prospect for those playing. Great for the viewer and great for the neutral.
And he requires 64.
Double 16 was
48.
for a 3-1 lead.
Thomas will require 56. Game shot on the
Yeah, well
fourth
done,
leg,
Thomas Banks. Breaks his trend.
Fifth leg, it's Andy
Just a
to
little
throw
17
first.
darter that time.
Game on.
Absolutely rubbish, Thomas. He's averaging 94.42 in this contest. Both of the attempts he's had at a double in this match. But yet he's being outplayed by this scoring
26.
juggernaut that is Andy Bolton, who at this present moment in time is averaging 104.5. And his 2 treble scoring
140.
well, it's been 9 every visit in this game. He's had 9 visits of 2 trebles. Hasn't had a maxi, but 9 scores of 2 trebles. And that's exactly what we've been
57.
saying in terms of the consistency of his power scoring, which just gives him so many opportunities and just continually suffocates opponents.
100.
Yeah, suffocates. That's a great word. It's exactly what he does. You know that if he misses a treble visit, then you've got to jump in, and
And he requires
particularly in the vein of form he's in on the outer ring, it's just, it makes you very difficult to beat. Smiling to himself there, because every time he goes for anything in that region, he believes he's going to get it.
57. And
This
he
is a man that's
requires
going to take a
24.
lot of stopping. Now, Thomas isn't on a finish. This may well be a safe and sensible dart.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Into the double
Andy
12
Bolton.
it goes. 3-2 Bolton leads. Averaging 103.76, which,
Sixth leg, it's Thomas
if he
to
can
throw
attain
first.
that level,
Game on.
will be the record average for this competition. Granted, we've only ever played 2 days of it.
59. $100. 44. 43. 57. 60. 100.
You have to give credit, and we've said this a few times already today, the resilience of Thomas Banks just to stick in there. It could have been so easy with Andy playing this well for
137.
Thomas to almost just sit back and accept his fate a little bit.
Yeah, Bolton sort of up over the 100 average. Thomas is having no luck now whatsoever when he needs a little bit.
And you require
And
160.
that's sometimes what the game does to you. And that's why we all go squirrely in our heads now and again. Thinking, why me? Why now?
97.
Well, this to seal his passage through to the finals on Saturday.
100.
If the truth be
And he
told,
requires
it's not
64.
been in much, if any, doubt for the most part of this group. He's been the best player in this group. Of that, there is no shadow of a doubt. And Andy
shot
Bolton
and the
is the
match,
first player
Andy
through
Bolton.
to Saturday night here at the ADC Global Championship. He qualifies for Saturday and he qualifies with ease. That celebration there was because of the celebration from Thomas Banks yesterday after his last game, where he showed a tattoo of his beloved Norwich City. But it is Andy Bolton that can put a tattoo that says, "I'm into Saturday night," because he has sealed a 4-2 success against Thomas Banks with an average of 99.61, a 152 checkout being the highlight of the game. The doubling from both exemplary in that contest. But it's Andy Bolton who has been the exemplary player in Group A. He has qualified for the first ever Saturday night here at the ADC Global Championship, and he's done so with ease. Coming up after the break is Andreas, Nikolaou and Brian Raman. Andy Bolton is into the grand finals of the ADC Global Championship, sealing it with this 64 checkout to get the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 2. If the truth be told, his qualification wasn't really in much doubt for quite a while, but he's dotted the I's and crossed the T's, says the X Factor, and he most certainly enjoyed that moment. So Andy Bolton has qualified for Saturday's final. Here's confirmation of it through the league table. 22 points to his name. Sebastian Bialecki can only get to a maximum of 20. Bolton can just relax and enjoy the rest of his day, whilst everybody else slugs it out for positions in Group B and Group C of the table. And those battles commence with a meeting between Andreas Nikolaou and Brian Raman. Cyprus up against Belgium in our 5th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Both players coming off the back of defeats in their opening matches. Raman had led 3-2 against Andy Bolton. Didn't get a match start in the end before going on to lose by 4 legs to 3, whilst
First leg,
Andreas,
it's Andreas to throw first.
Was on the wrong end of a
Game on.
4-1 scoreline against Gemma Hayter. Outscored for large swathes of that contest. And you get the sense that against Brian, he may just have to up it a little bit here if he's going to get a bit of joy.
96.
And actually, that first performance from Brian, 50% of the doubles, couple of maxis, average is under 89. He won't be happy with the result, but maybe he'll be satisfied enough with the performance that he put in during that game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, he's now on a run to which group he's going to be starring in at the end of the week.
6.
He always starts the games very positive, Raman, and then certain things happen within the game, and you can see his focus slip. And if I could change anything about Brian, it would be that. If I was his mind coach, his manager, or whatever, I would say you start the games with a great mindset, and if we could keep that mindset till the end of the games, 9 times out of 10, he would have been winning.
$59.
As a player then, as a consequence, would you say when you play Brian, you feel that you can get at him early doors?
I believe you can, yes, but I have played him in a Pro Tour in, where was that? Niederhausen, I think it was. And
100.
he absolutely battered me for the whole game, but kept making mistakes and letting me in.
145.
And at 5-5, he was sat on double top, and I remember
T2.
shooting a 158 against him to win it 6-5. And he said to me, "What have I got to do to beat you?" So I was already in his head. So I think he thinks about the game. He's spoken about how he's one of the more intelligent players and really loves everything darts and loves talking about it. Yesterday it was about we were down in the players' room before we started, and it was about we were talking about the Ali Pali draw, who's got who, and you mentioned a name, and he was bang there, who's got him in the draw. There's a lot of players at Ali Pali, and to remember all who each individual player had was just him, as just shows what he is as a darts fan as well as a player.
Maybe
55.
his time away from the hockey this week has been spent prepping, because he is doing some commentary work for Belgian TV over the course of the Alexandra Palace. He's a regular pundit back in his native homeland.
100.
Yeah, and you can see why it works.
Now, I don't want to rattle the cage of Chris
44.
Mason, because that's a dangerous thing to do. However, if Brian Raman wins this week, does that make him the second commentator to have won a week on that particular stage? Granted, a different competition.
60.
I'm not rattling cages. I'll let you decide. But I think we have to use that a little bit loosely. He's not kind of officially a commentator. He's a player, isn't he? And he does a bit of commentating on the side. I don't class myself officially as a commentator just yet until I go, do you know what? I've had enough of the darts. I'm not throwing them anymore. I'm going to come and chat about everybody else. Don't get me wrong. I very much enjoy it. But, yeah, I still class myself as a player before a commentator at the minute. Just about. Just about.
I get it. There's only so much of us you can handle.
Well, there is that. There is that. Although I do very much enjoy it. Because I am a dart watcher as well. The only time in my darting life that I haven't watched darts is when I had a tour card.
72.
Oh, nicely done. Almost finished.
You require 170.
Yeah, when I had a tour card, I didn't want to watch Michael Van Gerwen or whatever on the Premier League and then have to play him the next day, first round, having seen him do 110 average against somebody.
Well, Brian Raman may have to watch Andrea Nikolaou take out tops.
97. Brian, you
Clip the
require
flight en
40.
route, and so Raman has a route back into this match. Double 10. It's that close that it's awkward. Shuffles across. The clip off the barrel, but clipped
Andreas, you require 20.
on the outside wire again.
They're quite a thin makeup, is Brian's darts anyway. They're quite long because he uses a medium stem by the looks of things, and he uses a longer point. So
Game shot on the second leg.
in those
Andreas
situations
Nikolaou.
where another dart and another player can use the dart and bounce off, Brian can't always
Third
do
leg,
that
it's Andreas to
because
throw
of the
first.
style of dart that he throws.
Game on.
They will sort of, the point will go on a pinhead. And so we watch his 180s, they'll be in a corner of the treble 20 bed, and he could fit another 9 darts in there of his own.
44. $57.
That seems to be the problem that Brian does have more than anything else, is when a dart goes below, he's unable to rectify the situation with dart 2 or 3.
And it's any sort of dart as well with a tapered nose
140.
will absolutely sit on a pinhead. Whereas if we just, in a second, we'll see Andreas Nikolaou, we'll see his dart, which is more of a, what we call a bull nose style dart. It doesn't taper at all. It stays the same shape from the back of the barrel to the front. And then you're able to use that dart to perfection.
140.
Well, we see it before with
108.
Brian Raman piles in the game's second maximum a piece in that department. Well, we see it with Connor Scott's starts, don't we? I know Brian and Connor have different types of throws, but the entry into the board and the barrel they use are exactly the same. When that first dart drifts below, because of the size of the barrel, it makes the bed smaller to the point where it's very hard to see anything at all. Which is why we see Connor go for all sorts of weird and wonderful shots if the first dart drifts below.
80.
And he heads right across the oche. It's a very strange type of thing to do, but he tends to be very successful at what he does. Andreas, and
fourth flag, it's Brian to the
I think it just goes to show for me that there are lots of things that people say are the right thing and the wrong way about going about the game to achieve the success, but he goes about things his own way, and if it works for him, why wouldn't it work for anybody else? It's the same as if you go to a darts coach, who teaches you to throw like Dave Chisnell?
56.
Nobody, because it just doesn't work for anybody else other than Chizzy. Is it a wrong way? Yeah, if you're starting from scratch, yes, it is the wrong way. But if you're looking at bank accounts, it seems to be the right way for Chizzy.
If the glove fits, it fits.
More than fits Mr. Chisnell, and I believe Mr. Chisnell's under the same management as Thomas Banks as well. I think they're with Roger.
134. Brian, you require 81.
This has been a really good leg from Brian. He just injected a little bit of pace into proceedings.
61.
And then he paid dividends there with a 12 darter.
85. Brian, you required 20.
Andreas has left himself
Yeah,
on a
John,
bogey
the
number,
full
but not that
flag.
it
Brian
matters
Raman.
anyway. Raman with a 13 darter to bring it back to 3-1 into force.
Fifth
Andreas
flag.
to
It's
serve it
Andreas
out.
to throw first.
But Andreas should be
Game
put on
on.
notice that that was a much better leg by Brian Raman.
$59. $54. $100.
Oh, Andreas Nikolaou's next game is against Andy Bolton. I'm sure by that point he'll be getting the party started. Probably
59.
he's probably having the biggest party at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth today is Andy Bolton.
$81.
I'm looking at Brian's average for the week so far and the average that he's throwing now, and it's not dissimilar. He's sort of doing what he does. His average for the week is just teetering below 85. He's popped up to an 87 now with that big 140. It just goes to show how a big score can change
140.
your average in the game. Nikolaou is just teetering around
100.
just below the 90.
Andreas, you require 121.
Seems to have found a bit more of the form that he had on day one here on day 3 at the ADC Global Championship. We are halfway through the week in week 1. We have another
81.
week,
Brian, you require
week 2 of the ADC
167.
Global Championship with new players.
55. Andreas,
can
you
see the
require
frustration
40.
On Raman's face and the way he's taking the darts out of the board.
Well, this has been a performance in the right direction, hasn't it, for Andreas Nikolaou? Double 10, and he moves all the way across the hockey for it.
20.
Unable to find it.
Brian, you require
And the way
112.
Brian has been playing over the last couple of legs, you may not back against him taking out this 112. Double 16,
80.
almost went.
Andreas, you require 20.
Bit of shoulder in that last dart from Raman there, wasn't there?
Game shot and the
Nicely
match.
done by Andreas
Nikolaou.
Nikolaou. Brian Raman 4-1. We love you too, Andreas. We love you too, my friend. Oh, he loves Jack, the referee, as well today. That's all good. So there's the story. 4-1 to Andreas Nikolaou over Brian Raman. 84 average for him. 4 from 11 on the doubles. 1 from 7 from a man. That could have been his problem. We're going to shoot out now for a short break. And when we return, we will have Sebastian Bialecki taking on Gemma Hayter.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, played at the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where before the break we saw Andreas Nikolaou get the better of Brian Raman by 4-1. Game 6 sees Gemma Hayter and Sebastian Bialecki go toe-to-toe here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. As far as this pair's day has gone, Gemma beat Andreas by 4-1 in her opener, whilst Seb's timing was immaculate in his match against Thomas Banks. He played in the game of the session, averaged 94.5, 3-180s, 40% on his doubles. But the key turning point came in the fourth leg when he was 2-1 up. Banks was threatening the break back at 2-2 before then taking out a 1-4-9 checkout.
59.
The pair would share the last couple of legs of that encounter before Bialecki would run out a 4-2 victor.
30.
As for Gemma, her scoring in her game against Andreas was fairly good. 3-180s, a plethora of 2 treble scores, but 4 from 11 in terms of her doubling. We know where her strengths lie, but we also know where, so far this week, her weaknesses are beginning to lie. As for Seb,
40.
it looks like at the beginning of this Wednesday, he's in one of those days where he's just going to continue to pile in excellence after excellence,
6.
good performance after good performance. Because Gem was all the way back on 4-3-1, Seb decided to stay upstairs on the 2-6-2. He's got 6 from here to take out the opening leg of this contest.
100.
Really is going about his business well so far this morning.
95. Sebastian, you require 102.
Is he going bull or is he going treble 14? He's gone bull. Double 16.
86. 38. Sebastian, you require 16.
Plenty of time on his side.
Game
No
shot on the
mistake
first
or
leg.
double 8 to
Sebastian
Bialecki's one up.
Second leg, it's Gemma to throw first. Game on.
16 data, but a fairly comfortable 16 data. Almost felt like because he got off to such a strong start and Gemma
100.
couldn't keep pace, that he just almost plodded along to the line in that opening leg.
Sebastian in this group is seeming to be a little bit of a bogey player for Gemma. He's beaten her twice already this week, and she's only actually had 1 leg off of him in both of those games.
40.
Is he beginning to establish himself as the best of the rest here, Seb?
Yeah, I think so. The averages over the last 2 days are saying yes, he has,
60.
and now the performances are starting to back that, and I think you'll find that probably Seb's game
100.
against Andy Bolton could be, if he can turn Andy Bolton over, that would more or less say, you know, I'm doing more than the rest of you, and I'm going to have that Group B place.
59.
Thank you very much.
$85.
Well, it feels like this second leg has taken a complete rinse and repeat in contrast to the opener, where Bialecki power scored and was first to a finish, but a quieter second for him has allowed Hayter 6 and 176 to level up at 1 apiece. Not made the type of inroads that she would have liked.
Well, she had
96.
sort of 3
You
treble
require
visits,
132.
4 visits, and now she's got to tidy all this up.
64. Sebastian, you require 90.
This will be a bit of a pinch. But Bialecki unable to take out the
82.
double
Jeremy, you
15, and so
require
Hayter
68.
returns to 68 to square this contest up. And double top is what she's looking at. She
Yeah,
was
she's on
so
the
good on
second
that
leg.
target
Gemma
on
Hayter.
Monday. And she's rediscovered her range on that particular target there. Level we are
Third
at
leg, it's
1-1.
Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Muttering under her breath there, the words, rubbish. Come on, Gem. I wish
93.
I could be that rubbish and taking legs off of Sebastian like that. This is more like it.
140.
But can it also be a case of sometimes you just have to just let it all out there, just kind of channel out potential negative energies, and then
108.
once it's gone, back we go.
Yeah, I suppose that is the case.
100.
But I suppose the key at the same time is not to let that kind of energy fester, because we've seen before in the past players let out one negative emotion and that can then
108.
be followed by a sea of them. But this is a sea of brilliance from Seb. He's left himself on 48 after 9. And just when Gemma Hayter thought that things may well be
6.
moving in a direction, her
48.
opponent could well put in the best leg of the week so far. 12 is the best we've seen.
32.
And we're not going to see it there.
Gemma hasn't had a bad
59.
leg at all here. It's
Sebastian,
just
you require 16.
she's been left trailing with that back-to-back 180
Game shot on the
issue
third
from
leg.
Sebastian, and
Bialecki.
once again he's holding his own throw nicely,
Fourth
isn't
leg,
he?
it's
And
Gemma
he's,
to throw first.
one thing that he is
Game
very
on.
good at is holding his own throw, and he concentrates hard on holding his own throw.
90.
Sometimes that is his detriment because he gets a bit annoyed because he believes that he should every player should hold their own throw. He's one of those type of thinkers.
96.
Almost as if there's an insurance policy that should be the given every single time.
85.
Well, Seb's still playing towards the numbers that he put in his game against Thomas, averaging 95.5 here. He's already had 3 maximums in this match.
121.
Doubling 2 from 6, 33%.
100. 134. 125. Sebastian, you require 150.
So Bialecki looking at 150 for a 3-1 lead in the break of throw. Not to be this time, but Hayter may well be forced to take out this 101 here.
84. Gemma, you require 101.
It's looking that way, isn't it? Treble 19, double 12.
86. Sebastian, you require 66.
Dragged that one a little bit, showed the importance of the shot because she felt that she was probably only going to get one dart at it. Bialecki hits the bullseye to leave double 8. And that's why she was right to think she only had one dart at it.
Consistent
flag, it's
excellence
Sebastian
from
to throw
Sebastian
first.
Bialecki.
Game on.
And he's playing the type of darts today that it's going to have anyone and everyone in about a knot. Average 98.
96.
14 data in the previous. He's playing like a man that is very,
55.
very hard to beat.
$96.
That first dart is plumb. Unable to
100.
utilise it as much as perhaps she would have liked. This is an excellent setup shot.
164.
This is after the last couple of legs, where after around about 6 starts, both players are about level. But Sebastian's found a big score to put himself in command of the proceedings.
76.
And he's now
Sebastian, you
6
require
starts and 145
145
away from completing a 4-1 victory. You put him in pole position in terms of the race for a Group B position. He'd be 4 points clear
97.
of Thomas Banks by the end of this round. 4 clear with 6 left to play for. And with a big gap in terms of legs difference, he would pretty much be home and host.
140. Sebastian, you require 48.
It's double 16 to seal the deal for Seb. But what a performance that was. Average of 98.5, 4 for 9 on his doubles. And that is pretty much as good as job done for Group B for Sebastian Bialecki. He's 4 points clear of Thomas Banks. But not just that, he has a 20-leg gap in terms of the legs difference as well. Bialecki with a 4-1 win against Gemma Hayter. He is proving to be the player of the day so far. 2 good performances back-to-back. The poll is vaulting up the table on this Wednesday. Coming up after the break, Andy Bolton up against Andreas Nikolaou. And we'll be watching all of that action live on Pluto TV next. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've completed 2 rounds worth of action on this Wednesday morning, and before the break we saw Sebastian Bialecki get the better of Gemma Hayter by 4 legs to 1, averaging 98.5 in that contest. 3 180s to his name, 4 for 9 in terms of his finishing. He moves on to 14 points. He's pretty much got the job done in terms of progressing through to Group B on Thursday evening, although that will be confirmed for him if Andy Bolton can get the better of Andreas Nikolaou in this contest. And despite already seeing the deal, Andy Bolton still has that spring in his step. He said at the beginning of the day that regardless of as of when he qualifies through, that his big goal was securing another 5 from 5 day, and so that nobody goes into Saturday's action against him doing so on the back of a win. And the only player to beat Andy this week is Andreas. He did so on Monday with a 4-2 victory, averaged in excess of 91. A couple of maximums in there, and that was despite missing 11 darts at a double. Andy really was, in comparison to everything else that he's done this week, a little bit below par. But credit went where credit's due to Andreas for taking full advantage of it. But he's going to have to find something a little bit more than what he's produced today. Averages of 80 and 84. That 84.5 enough to beat Brian Raman in his previous game. But Andy Bolton, last time out, beat Thomas Banks 4-2, averaging 99.61. 4 from 7 on his doubles, and that 1-5-2 checkout was absolutely magnificent. And it was that win that secured his passage through to the finals.
60.
It was probably that win on Monday that sort of opened our eyes to Andreas Nikolaou and what he has in his repertoire.
He had been playing well up to that game, but that was kind of the match where he realised that actually he might be the real deal here.
Yeah, it made us all sit up on the chairs, didn't it? It made you sit on the front of the chair and go, wow, he's doing it here, you know?
85.
Andy
Andreas, you require 147.
managed to beat him to 0 yesterday as a, this is what I've got, young man, the next day, but
59. Andy requires 79.
His tops,
59.
it's not there.
Andreas, you require 88.
For Nikolaou, an opportunity on 88 to get the break of Bolton and to steal the march early on in this contest. To win his hand a double 14. Double 7.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Nikolaou.
And Andy Bolton can only limber up for the beginning of leg 2.
Second leg, it's
he
Andreas.
does an Andy Bolton
first.
on Andy Bolton is what Andreas has just done. That's what Andy's been doing, everybody, for the last 2 and a bit days.
$24.
I think Andreas's nickname should be the Shoulder.
Now, if it's the first time you joined us this week, I hope you're not having a spot of lunch or late breakfasts watching this right now. Because have a look at the shoulder placement of Andreas when he throws the dart.
140.
It's almost as if he's pulled a socket out of place when the dart's drawn back.
As he puts his arm up, his shoulder sort of clicks into an automatic place for him, which tucks it
45.
across under his chin, and then he's able to kiss the dart goodbye as he throws it.
Must be very elasticated,
93.
Andreas.
Double or treble jointed, I believe. I will ask him about it.
My brother's a lot like that, and he's got this weird thing where he can put his feet
140.
round the back of his head.
And how does that help him with darts?
I was just saying that there are
6.
type of people that are like that.
Oh, okay. It was very darts related, but yes,
140.
because he's able to kiss the dart away. I couldn't do that because my shoulder doesn't go into that position.
108.
And look what he does. He does it with undoubtedly
And he requires
success.
39. Game shot on the second leg, Andy Bolton.
Well, Bolton squares up. What a piece. Break back. As we
Third
were
leg, it's
at
Andy
the
to throw
beginning
first.
of this contest.
Game on. $42.
Well, the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth is the place to be for a party. Saturday night, we open our
59.
doors. Head over to www.dartshop.tv to join us on any given Saturday for the ADC Global Championship. In fact, the finals are on
81.
Sunday, December the 22nd, and there are some tickets still available for it. Head over to the website www.dartshop.tv to get your tickets
58.
for that particular occasion.
Yeah, and on this occasion, it's not the usual format. That will be a straight knockout on that Sunday between the 8 qualifying players from this ADC Global Championship.
59.
This is week 1. We have another week to go. And all our semi-finalists and finalists will be in that knockout on the Sunday. So a different scenario to the usual Super Series
81.
scenario and a different format at the end of the time. So you don't want to miss it, really. It'll be a good Sunday afternoon's entertainment for sure. We also have tickets for this Saturday's
140.
finals night of this week 1 of the ADC Global Championship. That will be the format and played on the format that we all know and love from the Super Series.
41.
But getting out of the group is going to be very important to take you to the finals the following week. But yes, we still have tickets for Saturday, so it's just a £2 booking fee. And you come along to the Live Lounge,
97.
and if you haven't been to the Live Lounge before, it's a good time to start.
And I know for a fact as well that it's going to be very loud in here on Saturday night.
92. Andy require 82.
Andy Bolton knows he's going to be playing in front of a crowd on Saturday. But he's not too pleased about that. 63 left, and the reason why he's not happy is he knows his opponent's on a finish, and he may have to have a look at the bullseye here, and that bullseye is completely blocked. Well, that is a happy dart for double 12.
70. Andreas, you require 170. $58. Andy required
With the treble being so open there, I wonder why Nikolaou
Game shot on the third
came
leg.
out
Andy
from the
Bolton.
treble 20, but no damage done. Bolton hits the double
Full
6.
flag. It's Andreas
Goes
to throw
2-1
first. Game
to
on.
the good. Holds his own throw. Flying without wings there at the back.
177.
Is that Westlife?
I don't know which one of them it was. I think it probably was, yeah. Wasn't there that? I just see Andy was in Portsmouth and he was doing his seagull impression there as part of his stretching moves. I think they call it the seagull.
Just going back to the finals day next Sunday, the format as well is going to be extended. So not just is it going to be the quarterfinals, semis, finals over a knockout course, but it's going to be played over a longer format. So the quarterfinals will be played over the best of 11 legs. The semi-finals over best of 13. So that's first to 6 and first to 7 respectively. And the final will be played over the best of 17 legs. That's first to 9. We'll pick up the £25,000 prize. In fact,
140.
there's also an added bonus if somebody can hit a 9 darter on that Sunday, because there'll be a £1,000 bonus prize on offer for a player who hits a 9 darter
Andreas, you require 44.
during the grand finals. It's not quite a 9, but it could be 11 here for Andreas. Double 16.
$28.
So tight to the wire with the first one. It did make it difficult for the second one to go past. Quite often see that. And the call in the pub is too close to the first one. Could use the bullseye here to leave it finish.
65. Andreas, you require 16.
For 2-2.
Game shot on the
14
full flag.
darter.
Andreas Nikolaou.
This game has
Fifth
got
flag.
4-3
It's Andy to
written
the
all over it.
first. Game on. $60.
Win for Andy Bolton in this game would confirm Sebastian Bialecki's spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday night. He probably has been the player of the day so far, the truth be told. 2 really good performances, averages of 94 and 98. The power scoring at times from him has been absolutely exemplary.
58.
But it feels like this game that threatened at the beginning to be fairly decent and fairly good is just hit a bit of a wall. Or both players have hit a bit of a wall here.
100.
Just stalling somewhat.
$22.
Just having a quick look at Andy Bolton's average here. It's 10 points off the average he's been throwing in the last couple of days. And
6.
Nikolaou is given... He's really firing himself up here. He knows this is a chance to beat the table topper. He's not playing his best. And is he over-firing himself up?
Remember, Andreas is the only player this week that's got a winning experience over Andy Bolton. He's the only person that's tasted success against the X Factor. He's the only L in Andy Bolton's column right now.
57.
And he's trying not to make it a fluke.
23.
He's trying to show that he can live with him all the time. And his Bolton's average dropping off, showing that he's got a bit of respect for him. Or is it simply the fact that he's through
54.
now and he's just going through the motions?
Naturally, I think people would tend to say the latter, wouldn't they? But if you look at the
76.
mannerisms of Andy throughout
Andy
the course of this game, it
requires
hasn't looked
68.
like a man that was just going about as if it's just a leisurely game that meant absolutely nothing.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Andy Bolton.
And even when he's not playing at his best, he finds himself 3-2 in front.
6th leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
And there may well be a sense and a feeling that Andreas had an opportunity to get the beating of this man, and he may well let it slip here if he doesn't get the better of him from this
96.
position. He could have been 3-2 up if he had a better scoring leg in the previous. Andy Bolton won that in 21 darts on throw.
100.
And now is beginning to motor towards the finishing line. His first max of the match and perfectly timed.
$140. $97.
Good last start.
$58.
And Bolton here, given 2-2-4 and 6 darts in hand to complete the job, complete a 4-2 victory to continue his domination of Group A and to confirm
100.
Sebastian Bialecki into Group B.
$77. And you require
A
124.
little pressure asserted by Andreas on the 1-2-4 here. Has to go the ball route. And that's exactly what he's got.
81.
But it's not what he
Andreas
gets.
require 130.
And now he has to wait in the background and see whether Andreas has a little fish in the locker. Treble needed, but treble not found. And so Bolton returns for
58.
43 to
require
complete a
43.
4-2 win. It's double 16.
Game
And it's
shot and the
another
match.
win for Andy Bolton. And even when he's not playing at his best, he finds a way to conjure up results. It's a victory for the X Factor, which books Sebastian Bialecki's place in Group B and continues his dominance of Group A. At the tail of the tape, Bolton wins 4-2. Banks and Hayter after the break. So, time for your ADC Global Championship ticketing news. Because the next 2 Saturdays are available at £2 ticket via www.dartshop.tv. Then the Grand Finals takes place on the Sunday, on the 22nd of December. Now, the darts kick off at 1:30 in the afternoon. And because of the grandeur of the occasion, tickets are £5 for the grand finale. And that also here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it should well be a busy occasion. It will be a very busy occasion if Gemma Hayter was to make it.
First leg,
She takes on Thomas Banks in our middle match of the session, Game 8. Thomas having lost both of his matches so far. Gemma, 1 win, 1 defeat to her day. And if Thomas loses this, he finds himself in real big trouble in his race to get into Group B. He'd be 2 points behind with just 4 points left to play for.
60.
They are one apiece in the heads-to-heads this week. Gemma won the first meeting 4-1 and
140.
she played really well. She had a 85.95 average and beat Thomas 4-1. And then yesterday, Thomas beat Gemma in what was a really scrappy game. Thomas had a 79 average to win 4-2.
140.
Gemma was right there with him on 78. It was. We've seen a different Thomas since then.
108.
All right, on cue. Thank you, young man. You made me look like I know what I'm talking about.
Bullseye. What a start, what a finish from Gemma Hayter. A 12-darter, 1-2-1 finish on the ball.
Second
An electric start for Gosport's Gem.
It's not as high, her highest check out of the week. We saw her hit a 150 on Monday.
140. 82. 43. 60.
We have a 3-way battle for that last Group B spot between Gemma Hayter, Thomas Banks and Andreas Nikolaou. So you can imagine wins here when those players play one another
100.
are going to help out immensely and have significant importance where the table is concerned.
140.
And for Gemma, you feel she has to win this one because her legs difference is a little behind Nikolaou. Nikolaou's at the minute.
125. Thomas, you require 148.
And we're at that point in the day now. This is sort of like the halfway point, and
30. Gemma, you
players
require
are running out of time
75.
to get these leg differences back and make their run on Group B.
55.
Double
Thomas,
top
you
doesn't
require
go. Banks
118.
118 to level this game up at 1 apiece. It's a great guy for the treble, but drags low, and that the first real sign of frustration that we've seen from Thomas today.
94.
It was something that really was creeping in at points,
20.
particularly on Monday. As Hayter looks for double 10 to double her leads.
No score. Thomas, you require
Put her
24.
first dart there, and she's getting further away. Surely uses the dart. Surely uses the dart.
9.
Oh, it dragged
Gemma, you require
into the 9.
20.
So big chance for 2-0 here then. After that horrible double 5.
10. Thomas, you require 15.
She had such a good guide. She tried to use it, but the barrel clipped the other way. And so Banks to salvage
Yeah,
this leg,
Thomas,
it's a
second
break
leg.
back, gets
Thomas
the
back.
6-6, and level we are at 1-1.
Now, I mentioned at the top of the game where we saw a
Third
sort
leg,
of
it's
kind
Thomas
of
to throw first. Game on.
edgy, sort of scrappy affair between the two yesterday, in which Thomas came out on top. It's
94.
all looking like it's going a similar direction today, doesn't it? Because of what's at stake, you know, the chance of being in that Group B.
96.
And obviously in Group B, this 3 from 5 go through to the finals night. So it's the more favourable group to be in, particularly if you're a night owl, because it starts late. Starts at 10 o'clock, so some players say, oh, I'd much rather have a go at Group C because it's a normal time of playing. So it's all down to player preference.
140.
And I think for an 18-year-old, it probably is the perfect time to play, to be honest. Maybe apart from the early morning when, by his own admission, he's not a morning person. Any other time of day, I don't think he'd care.
Thomas
Anything
Nikolaou,
after midday, I don't think he'd
127.
care when he was playing.
87.
C or B. I think he'd prefer the B just because of the 3 from 5, but I'm not sure whether the timing of either group will overly perturb Thomas.
97. Thomas, you require 40.
He's one of those that just loves throwing darts.
Game shot on the third leg.
Just showing him
Thomas
the
back.
direction of a dartboard. I think he'd throw darts. Doesn't matter whether it was 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon.
Fourth leg. It's
Makes
Gemma
no
to throw
difference to him.
first. Game on.
Well, he knows that it's been a
140.
in and out performance so far, but he's managed to find a way in front in this contest. Gemma Hayter will be looking back at that
41.
second leg as she loses this particular contest as the leg where the game swung against her.
Yeah, it did. Definite
61.
momentum change there. She had 2 lovely darts at 5-5. It just didn't go in. They were well thrown darts. It just didn't drop in the segment she desired. And that has switched the game. And now you've got to work extra hard to get back into it. And
123.
1, 2, 3 isn't a bad way of doing it.
100. 61. 56. Jimmy require
Hayter's got 6 darts here from 116 to level this contest up and is going to need the full quota of darts to level up.
42.
Well, it's our 8th game of the day. We're midway through the programme on this Wednesday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the ADC Global Championship.
40. Jimmy requires 74.
74 for Hayter. 1 dart. A double top to equalise this game back up. And level we are at 2-2. Top's last die in hand has been so fruitful for her. And it is so again there. We have a level game at 2 apiece.
Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really nice 74 check out there. It's always nice when you got 1 dart in your hand and you make it happen. And
40. 100. 59. 55.
5 players identical in terms of
85.
averages in this contest. Both averaging 80. Well, Gemma averaging 80 on the mark. But it's been missed opportunity at a double, which has been the key turning point in the game. Hayter a number to go 2-0 up in the contest. Adra 2-1 has levelled up at 2 apiece. But it looks like it's going to be Thomas Banks,
36.
man from Hertfordshire, but supports Norwich City, who look set to open up a 3-2 lead in this contest. A superb set-up turn. The 177 leaves himself on double 18 to put himself one away from victory in this contest. Now, is that touching?
80. Thomas
No is the answer.
36.
The point has to touch, and it did on that occasion.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
I think I'd have contested that with our referee there. Looked like it was touching.
6th leg. It's Gemma to throw first.
As Gemma comes to
Game on.
throw in the 6th leg, I've just looked back at the averages for the last couple of days, and Thomas is averaging 82.95 before a dart was thrown today, and Gemma was averaging 82.67. So we shouldn't be surprised that this is a really tight game, because as our
45.
commentary compadre Chris Mason always says, the numbers do not lie. This day and age, the way that darts are tracked and the way that figures and scores and everything are tracked on varying things, back in the day where you could tell somebody, oh, it must have been 100 average. Actually, if it was an 82, it was an 82 now. You can't get away with that. You can find every
93.
average nearly from every official game you play in, no matter where you play in, if you look in the right place. So the one thing about the way that the game has moved forward, we always talk about the standard going up. The way that people apply themselves is different. We've got mind coaches and everything as part of the game now. The other thing that has changed is the way that the game is recorded.
44.
And all the matches are recorded in a digital way now, which is marvellous for people in commentary like ourselves to be able to look up
44.
and find out about what you've been doing on a 3-month run before you come into the Super Series or the ADC Global Championship.
108.
Thomas Banks might be timing his run to perfection. That's his second maximum of the contest. It leaves himself on 139 after 12 to complete a 4-2 victory against Gemma Hayter,
139.
who will probably look back at the second leg in this contest as the one that possibly got away from her.
59.
Banks leaves himself on 80. Maybe would have wanted to have left it a little bit more tidier than that.
75. Thomas should require
Leaves himself
8.
on a finish. But this to seal the deal for Thomas Banks. Tops for Thomas. Tops for the win.
And the match,
A
Thomas
4-2
Banks.
success for Thomas Banks. Keeps himself in the mix for Group B qualification. He takes on Andreas Nikolaou in a couple of games' time. And that's got the air of a shootout as to who is going to progress through to the night session. Those are the averages. Banks running out a 4-2 winner. Coming up after the break, Brian Raman takes on Sebastian Bialecki. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Thomas Banks got the better of Gemma Hayter by 4 legs to 2. That means that Gemma now cannot make Group B. She's mathematically certain of a Group C position on Thursday and Friday, respectively. Next up for us, it's Sebastian Bialecki and Brian Raman going toe-to-toe against one another for the 3rd time this week. It's going to be the final time for a couple of days at least, because these two will be treading paths in different groups.
First leg, it's Brian to throw first.
Thursday and Friday, respectively. Brian Raman will be in Group C, while Sebastian Bialecki will be in Group B on the Thursday and Friday night shift.
83.
And if the truth be told, today, Sebastian has been the best of the bunch.
Yeah, he has, but
96.
on Monday in the same fixture, Brian Raman ran out 4-0 with an 85 average, and you think you wouldn't be beating Seb now 4-0. We spoke about how Seb travels on Sundays. We're not sure how he does it, but he's notoriously slow starter on a Monday morning here in his other appearances. And yesterday, when he played Brian on day 2, he beat Brian 4-2 with just shy of a 90. So it just goes to show that
140.
he lost with an 81 on Monday and wins with just shy of a 90 on Tuesday. And this game was early doors 74. On Monday. I think it was their second game for both of them. So both now ready to go. Got to go 20 for the bullseye.
60. Brian,
so 146 for Raman. Surely he'll go 2 treble 20s if he hits the first.
100.
Oh, he was going 2 treble 20s anyway to leave double 3 to pressure the shot.
So 2-8s for Bialecki for 14 dart breaker throw to take out the opening leg. And that has been where he has pitched his tent all day long. In and around that 5-visit territory, which has made him oh so hard to beat.
85. $100. $59. $100. $135.
Well, this is a really good performance on Seb. Average just under 102. It was a 14 darter
95.
In the opening leg. And looking to back it up here, it was a breaker throw in the opener. He's got 6 darts from here to consolidate that here in the second.
Yeah, Raman hasn't been bad this leg. He's gone ton at 95. 52. Another treble visit here would see him in good stead.
6.
But once again, right when he needs it,
170.
He's left wanting.
We've already seen the fish this week, and it was taken against Brian Raman yesterday by Andy Bolton.
60. Brian, you require 146.
He'll stay there because he loves double 13. Couldn't find the treble with dart 2. But Bialecki couldn't quite clean up from the fish, and so he's left himself on 110 to double the lead. Double 16. 2-0 Bialecki with a trademark ton plus checkout.
Third leg.
Just when Brian Raman thought he had a great opportunity to level the game up and to get the break back, he now finds himself 2 behind.
137.
It's like everybody's ganging up on Brian Raman. That was Sebastian's second ton plus shot of the day. He had a 149 earlier.
58.
Didn't have one at all yesterday. And had a couple on day one. A 102 and a 124.
58.
But Raman must be thinking, why is everybody doing this to me?
Alla Mario Balotelli.
Yeah, it was a nice T-shirt that, wasn't it? Why
46.
me?
Here's a fun fact for your next pub quiz, Scott. He's the only Italian player to have ever won the Premier League, is Mario Balotelli.
100.
Is he indeed?
His only assist in Premier League history was to assist that Sergio Aguero goal.
Oh, that one. So like
85.
Gianfranco Zola and Roberto Di Matteo and all that never won the Premier.
Won FA
With
Cups
Chelsea.
and
Oh,
stuff,
yeah,
but
they did,
not,
yeah.
not the
6.
league.
Yeah, knowledge is the bomb. Good stats, mate.
There's been more Italian managers that have won the Premier League than Italian players. Antonio Conte and Claudio Ranieri.
85. Brian, you require 146. 45.
And Roberto Mancini, of course, the manager of Man City when the infamous Aguero goal happened.
I like Neapolitan ice cream. That's about the only Italian I do, really.
I've seen you across the road every now and then.
140. Brian, you require
Well, Raman on
101.
101 could be absolutely anything, and he decided to go for the bullseye first. He's going to leave
49.
himself on
Sebastian,
52.
you require 87.
Bialecki may just be a dart at the pull here for the double break. In fact, he's going to get 2 in his hand at double 18.
Game shot on the third
This is
leg.
a
Sebastian
really
Bialecki.
good performance from Seb. Average of 92, but there's just
Fourth
a
leg,
real
it's Sebastian
calm
to
and
throw
control
first.
about it.
Game on.
Brian Man's doing about what he's been doing all week. 85 average dart-wise, but he just
76.
must feel that he's being picked on here. Everybody's taken out these nice little 1 dart and 2 dart finishes on him, and
96.
he must be feeling everybody's picking on him. It's
59. 58. 100. 75.
'Beautiful first start from Seb. But needs to find another treble here to
95.
leave himself on a finish because of that stray into the treble 5.
99.
'Raman's still plugging away. And feels once again he's got half a chance. And
139.
Sebastian Bialecki goes 139, and he's just like a disconsolate figure. Raman here. Raman here, sorry.
93.
He's just,
Sebastian, you require 32.
he's feeling lower than Ditchwater in the middle of June.
Well, it's been death by
Great shot
1,000
on the
cuts
mat.
in this
Sebastian
game for
Bialecki.
Brian Raman, as Sebastian Bialecki picked him apart like carved meat. 4-0 the score, 91 the average, 4 from 6 on the doubles. Sebastian Bialecki moves on to 16 points. He is confirmed for Group B. He's good to go there on Thursday and Friday night. Andreas Nikolaou and Thomas Banks is next. Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Sebastian Bialecki got the better of Brian Raman by 4-0. Now, this is how the tournament bracket looks. Andy Bolton won Group A earlier on today. Now, Group B is going to see Darryl... Well, this is some group. An unbelievable group, actually. Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Bradley Roos, Sebastian Bialecki, and one of Andreas Nikolaou and Thomas Banks. Group C, James Richardson, Adam Lipscomb, Conor Heenahan, Brian Raman, Gemma Hayter, and the aforementioned pair, which will battle it out for the final spot in B and the last remaining spot in C. There's a potential that Group B to be an all-timer tomorrow and Friday night. That is for sure. So that's the tournament bracket ahead of this game between Andreas and Thomas. They're both locked on 12 points apiece. The winner would move on to 14. They would have a huge advantage over one another going into the final rounds play, where Thomas takes on Brian and Andreas takes on Sebastian. A mammoth game of mammoth proportions in terms of how the fortunes for this pair this week will lie. Scott Mitchell is alongside me here in the commentary box to talk all about it. In the meetings between these two over the course of the week, saw Thomas Banks win the last game of yesterday by 4-2.
First leg, it's
and Andreas win the opening
first.
game of the championship
Game on.
by 4-1. So 1-1 in the personal head-to-head. But in terms of levels today, in terms of performances today, Scott, who would you say may just get the edge in this contest? Because it feels quite even on paper.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sort of look at their averages. Thomas obviously
44.
had that smashing average at 95 against Seb early doors and was unfortunate to lose out, I think. Seb was a little bit special on his doubling. The thing with Andreas, he's very difficult to track if you're watching him as a player because he's very in and out. Streaky was the word we used
95.
yesterday, and I think that was a nice one and appropriate for the moment. 1 minute, he looks like a world beater, does Nikolaou.
140.
And then the next second, he's stringing sort of 3 scores in a row that
140.
a new player would string along. It's a strange one. But one thing I will tell you, he is enjoying this, is Andreas Nikolaou.
125.
And so are those who are watching him probably back in Cyprus as
140.
first Cypriot player to do anything like this here in the live lounge.
Game shot on the first leg, Andreas Nikolaou.
That's a 13 darter for Andreas to get up and running in this
Second leg,
contest.
it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Now, if I am correct in my thinking, because Andreas topped the Southern European rankings, not just does he get an invite here, but if I remember rightly, the top 4 players from the Southern European Tour actually get an invite to the Super Series. So
43.
on top of actually this appearance, I think we will see him at some point at the Super Series in 2025, which will be
58.
really exciting because I think there's a talent here waiting to be unlocked.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. And as with other players who come here and
130.
impress, it opens up doors and other avenues if you're doing the right things at the right time.
98. $59. 165.
Well, a win by a margin here for Andreas would guarantee a spot into Group B
81.
Thursday
Thomas
night
require 40.
because of his superior legs difference over Thomas.
20.
But it's got to be by a couple of legs or more. 4-3 victory would not be enough to guarantee it, although realistically it probably will do the job.
65. Thomas required 20. Game shot on the second leg. Thomas Banks.
Thomas is right up for this.
Third leg.
He's
it's
looking at the
Andreas to
table
go
and knows
first.
the importance.
Game on.
And Banks wants to get 2 points in the bank here to get himself into Group B.
60.
And the other thing that Thomas may feel is in his favour is how difficult Andreas' last game is, where he's got to take on Seb, who
140.
is proving to be the best player of the day. Of that, there's no question. The only player to average in excess of 90 in all 3 matches that he's played so far today. This is the first match of the 4th
96.
cycle of games.
$59. 100.
Well, this is an important game, and both players have raised their level for it. Thomas here averaging just over 98, Andreas 92.5. And it does feel like you were mentioning how Thomas in the background looked up for it. And it looks like he's just gradually, as this game's going along, upping and upping the levels.
100.
Which has to be a worry for Nikolaou.
99.
The ball doesn't
Thomas
go for
requires
Andreas. Thomas back for
76.
76. He had trail 1-0 in this contest, thanks to a 13 darter by Andreas, but he now has a chance to go in front,
36.
but he's unable to pin
Andreas
double top.
required 25.
And so for Andreas, an opportunity to re-establish his lead. 11 left because of the misstrain to the single 14. Double 4, 1 dart.
17.
Kisses the wire, but the wrong side, and so
40.
Banks is back for the break. Two tens now.
Pitch on the third
And
leg.
Thomas Banks has turned the tide in this contest. He moves 2-1 up. He's a break to the goods.
Fourth leg.
You have to say at this present moment in time,
Game on.
playing the better darts of the pair.
Yeah, he is. The numbers say that. On the stats,
83.
and the scoreboard is saying exactly the same. That doesn't mean to say that Andreas is out of this by any shape of the imagination.
$96. $60. $56.
These are big moments in the context of the group for Andreas Nikolaou
108.
and Thomas Banks. And Thomas Banks comes in with that nice 180. Another one at a good time.
$100.
Well, this game, no laughing matter for the pair. A game of real importance, and Thomas Banks is really
138.
beginning to make a move, leaving himself on tops after 12 to move 3-1 in front. Average above 97. Andreas kicked off with a 13, but he hasn't been able to keep pace with his opponent, but that maximum there just keeps himself in range.
Thomas require 40. Game shot on
Yeah,
the
more
fourth
than in
leg.
range, but
Thomas
no
Banks.
mistake from Thomas Banks. He holds his throw, takes a 3-1 lead, and now
Fifth leg. It's Andreas.
Nikolaou is
first.
looking
Game on.
and battling for a Group B spot from behind.
140.
That leg win as well for Thomas means that whatever happens in this game, it's going down to the final round as to who the final player in
100.
Group B is going to be.
$100. $140.
Well, there was a fear midway through this contest that Andreas had bitten off more than he could chew. But he's managing just to
91.
keep pace a bit
Andreas
better with
require
Thomas than perhaps he was in the
121.
early exchange of the contest after going 1-0 up. In fact, if you look at the combined averages, it's the best game of the week so far.
41.
But it could come to a
Thomas
close
require
here
170.
if Banks could have reeled in the big fish.
59. Andreas, you require 80.
To keep the contest going.
So, big 20. And then they move across to the right. And he aims for the right-hand side.
Game shot on the fifth
perfect.
leg. Andreas Nikolaou.
So, 3-2, and it's going to be down to Thomas Banks now
Sixth leg. It's Thomas
To hold
first.
throw.
Game on.
to get this over the line.
What a first start that is. But he's
99.
able to make better use of it. And treble really only punishable with a maximum score.
59.
And there's a problem here that after a really positive start in this Group A, there's all just beginning to fall apart for
57.
Andreas Nikolaou.
You did say this on Tuesday that day two at the start of the day can be different, very different from day one for the debutants if they've had a good day. And
60.
you absolutely nailed it on the head.
Well, I suppose there's almost a realism about the situation that sets in that first day. It's a little bit like the first day at school. You just live and you embrace every single bit of it. But then when you get to day 2, the hard work really begins. And the fact that he's playing in a global championship, the opposition naturally is going to be very strong. And as well as he played on day 1 to be successful, he had to play to that standard over the course of the 3 days. And illustrative of how good this group is, he hasn't dropped by much, but it's dropped enough for him to be in a position now where he's going to be precariously placed in 4th if he loses this contest, which Thomas Banks is 145 points away from winning.
85. Thomas, you require 145.
He's got 6 from here, but he'll want to get it tidied up
86.
a little more before that, and that's exactly 59 coming in. 180 here would see a little tense, nervous headache. It's not going to be.
96. Thomas, you require 59.
It's double top for Thomas Banks.
39.
2 match darts are come and
Andreas,
gone.
you
This to
require
save it for Andreas.
116. Six. Thomas, you require 20.
To be, and so for Thomas, double 10 to complete a 4-2 victory.
Game shot and the match.
Get in
Thomas
there, he
Banks.
says, because he knows how big a 4-2 win that could be. That could be the win that sees Thomas Banks into Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. He still has to go out and win his final game, but he's put himself now in such a good position. He's 2 points clear going into the final round of matches. It's in his own hands when he takes on Brian Raman in Game 14. Coming up after the break, one of the great rivalries of the live lounge stage sees another instalment. Sebastian Bialecki up against Andy and Bolton. This is the ADC Global Championship here at the Modus Live Lounge in Port. Support you in association with Winmore Red Dragon, Play the Pro app and Darts World. It's Andy Bolton and Sebastian Bialecki, one of the great rivalries on the Modus Live Lounge stage in match 11 of our session. Before the break, Andreas Nikolaou lost out 4-2 to Thomas Banks, who averaged just a shade under 94, 4 from 12 on his doubles in
First
that
leg,
particular contest.
First. Game on.
Well, the best player of the day takes on the best player of the week so far in this particular contest. And if the truth be told, on this Wednesday, Sebastian Bialecki has been streaked in front of everybody else. 94.4 average against Thomas Banks. That was then backed up by a 98.5 against Gemma Hayter. Then that was followed up by a 91.09. But the key strength today has been his finishing. 4 from 10 against Thomas. 4 from 9 against Gemma. 4 from 6 against Brian. And that probably at times was his Achilles heel yesterday,
59.
where he doubled at a percentage of just 30.
$140.
This should be the standout match of the day. And the one that if we had a highlight show on
58.
Saturday, this would be the first game up.
What, where we show the match of the day?
Correct. So this is what I'm predicting.
140. $96. And you require 161.
161 for Bolton to get the break in lead 1-0. Unable to take, and so
59.
Bialecki returns for
Sebastian, you require
154.
154.
tops.
Game
Marvellous.
shot on the first leg.
Magical from
Bialecki.
Sebastian Bialecki. A 154 to start. It's added to the
Second leg,
149
it's
and the
Andy to the
110 in
reverse.
his catalogue of
Game
big
on.
finishing today. And he gets the lead over Andy Bolton by a leg to 0.
And that was just for a hold of throw.
140. $140.
These two have got a fantastic rivalry on this stage. They've played in 2 finals in the Modus Super Series. They're shared one apiece.
6.
2-4-3 scorelines. Andy Bolton winning the first final. That was despite a 170 from Sebastian Bialecki to take that final to the distance. And then a series later in Series
6.
5, Bialecki ended the run of Luke Littler in this particular building before then beating Bolton by that same 4-3 scoreline in the final
45.
to play at his first Champions Week. And it would turn out in the end to be the only Champions Week that the Pole would ever play in, which perhaps when you consider what he has done in other circles, is actually a little bit of a surprise, and maybe he might argue a little bit of an underachievement here.
Yeah, you could easily say that, but like you say, with what he's achieved elsewhere and now with a tour card, this is probably going to be his last appearance here.
100.
I think you have to say that the Super Series and the Live Lounge and travelling to Portsmouth has really been a big help to him elsewhere. So if he hasn't quite achieved here what maybe he'd hoped to, then
97. And you require
it's
156.
a nice sort of compliment to have, really, because he's achieved everywhere else.
140. Sebastian, you require
Well, he took out the 154 in the previous leg, and he's being forced to do it again here, but there's not going to be any rinse and repeat for the pole. And so Bolton will return for double 8 to level this game up.
64.
I'd have gone a
And he
different direction
requires
for the
16.
154. I haven't hit it just the way that I usually go. I'd have gone somewhere else.
Game shot
Try
on
and
the
give my
second
mind a
leg,
different
Andy
line of
Bolton.
thought. But there we go. Every player's different. Maybe he thought he could hit it 2 in a row.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I think you kind of snooker yourself mentally if you go the same way twice. But there you go.
87.
Dart players, we're all different. We all have different lines of thought towards things.
I can understand
95.
why Bialecki goes there initially, because the 2 treble 19s means he gets a clear sight at tops, and the way that his darts go in the board, if that stands up perfectly plumb in the treble, even in a position like that, you can just see the flight obscures the pathway to tops.
100.
Yeah, it all depends on how tall you are with those sorts of things as well. So different players have to do different things and go different routes because of stature, power that they throw, way their darts sit.
100.
Yeah, Jimmy Van Schie would have no issue with any block dart at a treble 20.
No.
The only issue Jimmy Van
57.
Schie has is getting through the door. He's that tall, the Spinnaker Tower looks up at him.
Yeah, it says, hi, Jimmy.
58.
I think I had when he was at Lakeside last week, one of my biggest reactions, I think one of the quotes that I said was, I've known Jimmy a long time now. I've known Jimmy since he was 6'1".
156.
And that created a little furore on social media because I think he tops out at 6'7" and a bit, doesn't he? But even in the youth, you would see Jimmy walking around the youth and they're all sort of knee high to a grasshopper. And
Andy
Jimmy's over the height of the dartboards
152.
as he's walking round. And Danny was there as well. Dan the mullet. But here we go again. 152, double 16.
136.
And it would have been the second time he's taken it out this week. Would have been the second time he took it out today.
Yeah, third time. He took it out on Monday as well.
Game shot on the third
2-1
leg. Sebastian
Bialecki, the
Bialecki.
tops goes. Just reminded me of one of my I was at Lakeside a week ago Tuesday.
Fourth
Jimmy
leg,
played
it's
his
Andy
first
to throw
round game.
first.
And as
Game
you
on.
know, there's a door that leads to the walk-on area, which is connecting the practice room to the arena. And Jimmy pretty much had to duck half of his body to get through that door to get
59.
to the walk-on area.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. He is just mammothly tall. And I remember playing Let's Play Darts a Comic Relief there with Richard Osman, and he's 6'8", and he had all the same problems with all the doorways sort of going around the Lakeside and the Lakeside Hotel. Good times, good memories.
100.
More memories being made here at the Modus Live Lounge, which next year will celebrate its 3rd anniversary.
140.
incredibly, Next year will be the 6th year we would have been playing Modus Online Darts. The 5-year anniversary is in April.
140.
That was back when the likes of yourself were at home playing in front of webcams.
Yeah, I remember we had a week that was myself, Barney, Phil Taylor, Fallon. You just had to pinch yourself, but you weren't in the same room as them. You just see them on the other end of the line sort of thing. But yeah.
How
6.
floating 14 lockdown
Sebastian
has grown, and how Sebastian
44.
Bialecki here is going through the gears. 100 the average, and he's 2 from 2 on his doubles. But a miss straight there with dart 1, and just about in the single 15 with dart 2, gives himself
shot
one
on
at
the fourth
double 8.
leg,
And
Sebastian
despite
Bialecki.
missing 2 big numbers, he's come up with a 12 dart leg. He's 3 from 3 on his doubles.
5th leg. It's
And
Sebastian
he has
to
the
throw
throw
first.
here to dispose of Andy
Game on.
Bolt. He's been the best player of the day is Bolt. And once again, averaging deep into the 90s. Bolton himself averaging 95. Not really done too much wrong in the contest. But
96.
Sebastian, when he's in one of these moods, is so hard to pick apart.
Maybe it's a parting shot from Sebastian to go to
59.
Saturday. We spoke. Andy spoke earlier in his interview about you don't want to lose a game to somebody on a Wednesday and then pop up against him on the Saturday. Is this the game he was talking about?
100%. Because these two have played each other so
96.
many times, and because their record between one another is so evenly weighted on paper, I think Sebastian's the type of player you don't want to give the one up against, because he won't show his tell.
99.
His confidence is a quiet one, but if he has that confidence, like he's shown today, he can just continue to pile in good numbers and continue to blow away opposition.
139.
And he's sending Andy Bolton here to the clean as a man who's lost just one game all week so far. But it looks set now that he's going to be inflicted L number 2
100.
by the poll.
Sebastian, you require 170. $98.
He's himself on 72 after 12 to complete a 4-1 victory.
100.
Well, solid ton
Sebastian,
that
you
for
require
Andy.
72.
This for the match for Bialecki. 72 to get the job done. Another one of them. Gives himself a max start at tops. This is for 4 from 4 on the
Get
doubles.
shot and
A
match.
perfect display
Sebastian
from the
Bialecki.
pole. And Sebastian Bialecki inflicts Andy Bolton just his second defeat of the week. An average just under 98. Every single game he's played today, he's averaged in excess of 90. And Andy Bolton, to his credit, averaged 94, but he got no change. Bialecki running out a 4-1 winner. That 154 checkout so key in the contest. He did something similar against Thomas Banks. He's done something similar there to Andy Bolton. And if he beats Andreas Nikolaou in a couple of games' time, he'll complete the card. Coming up after the break, Hayter takes up Brian Raman. These two warming up for campaigns in Group C.
He's been really good at his layups, and it's a big tester here for Trina. Put the pressure on him last time. This is outstanding from Trina Gulliver. What a finish! What?
In fairness, we all travel together.
Sent herself through to the final tomorrow night. Can she find a way above? Yes, for double 18. And Vicky Purim will head through to tomorrow night final. And Lorraine is on the winning train.
An opportunity here for Sheldon. He's 36 for a break. Finds it 2-up checkout on 93.
Triple 12. And what a shot there from Lisa.
Want to hit 32 to win the leg, to win the match, and to make it back-to-back victories here.
But a chance nonetheless. This will be the first topper of the Championship Tour finals.
She has double 19, Shanghai in the 19s. And she does so.
Game start in the third.
Well, that is simply superb. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 WADC Windmill Championship Tour winner, Gemma Hayter! The first week back of 2025 here at the Modus Super Series is our second Women's Week. It's going to see the likes of Trina Gulliver, Lisa Ashton, 14 world titles between them. Headline Group A, Gemma Hayter is going to be in the mix too. Group B sees a battle of the pundits as Laura Turner and Lorraine Winstanley go toe-to-toe. Group C sees Paige Pauling, the girls' world champion, alongside Dita Hedman and Katie Sheldon. The action gets underway on Monday, the 6th of January from 9:30 here on Pluto TV, and it will conclude on the 11th of January. Gemma Hayter will be a part of it. Our first week back in the new year, and she takes on Brian Raman in our 12th match of the session. I've got to say, what a job Lorraine Winstanley did on commentary at the weekend at the Lakeside.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of Loz on that. She is, she's super at the commentary. She's not overly confident at it, but as the day went on, and because she doesn't do lots of it, so sometimes when you are good and you don't do lots of it, you don't kind of realise. So she's always very straight to the point.
Gemma to throw first.
Points are very good about the game as well. So, yeah, no, long may she continue to do bits, but she's a very busy lady off the board as well with her sort of
43.
Youth duties with the dark company that she's with, and of course she has her own business as well, running the petition. So she's a very busy lady. And unfortunately, so we don't see her doing as much commentary as we'd like to see, I don't think.
85.
However, Lorraine did a sterling job at the weekend. Who's going to do a sterling job here?
39.
It's felt like both players have had good bits and bad bits today, if that's a fair reflection of their performances.
59.
Yeah, absolutely.
96. 43.
Both players will play in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, respectively. That final
58.
spot in the night session very much in the hands of Thomas Banks, who will take on Andreas Nikolaou in the next match.
44.
And it's been a quiet start to this contest. Maybe two players of which the adrenaline has just caused out the body, acceptant to their fate on Thursday and Friday being in the afternoon session, and going through the motions would probably be an unfair way of describing it, but the intensity of the first game of Monday morning may be just not quite there right now.
45.
No, absolutely. Now they know they're both
167.
confined to Group C. For me, it's all about getting one over on your opponent now, because you know you're in the same group for another couple of days.
83. Brian, you require 144.
The man looking at 144. Not to be on this occasion, and so Hayter will return for the 84 to
84.
get the opening leg of the contest.
You require 84.
Double 12.
Game shot on the first leg.
When it's
Gemma
on
Hayter.
point, her combination finishing is absolutely superb, and another case in point there for Gemma Hayter.
Second leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 55. $60. $99.
Well, let's have a look at what's coming up later on this week at the Global Championship, because
140.
we're going to see another 6 players added to the field on Thursday and Friday. Group C, we'll see James Richardson, who won the seniors
100.
qualifier. Adam Lipscomb and Conor Heenahan enter the mix. Lipscomb winning the South qualifier for the United Kingdom. Conor Heenahan winning the Irish
120.
qualifier. And Conor Heenahan, last time he was here for the first time at the Super Series, failed to qualify for a Saturday night. Missed starts to do so
58.
against Tavis Dudney. And he's the type of player, Conor, you'd expect that following a setback will probably have a bit of a reaction to it.
Well, absolutely, and it's a nation on the lift after
129.
Shane McGurk winning the Lakeside just 3 days ago. So they're a
81.
nation that are talking about darts at this very
52.
moment. So if he's not coming over here in the right mindset, then there's something wrong.
Game shot on the second leg.
There's nothing
Gemma
wrong
Hayter.
about this finishing for Gemma Hayter. 2 from 2 on the doubles. That was a 14 darter. She's
Third
2-0
leg,
to the
it's
good
Gemma
here
to throw
against Brian
first.
Raman,
Game on.
who at this present moment in time is averaging south of 70.
60.
I think if he could press a tap out button and get tomorrow started right now, I think he would
140.
happily press it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. He is in desperate need of getting back to 0 and
6.
starting again. I think not just starting again on the scoreboard, I think mentally starting again and
100.
looking at that Group C, and he's got to change his mentality towards it a little bit.
In what ways do you think?
I think he's got to be more positive
58.
when things aren't going right. You know, it's very easy to... You can do 10 things right and 2 things wrong, and if you harbour on the 2 things that are wrong
105.
and forget the 8 things that are right, the next time you have a game, you're on 5 things right and 5 things wrong, and then it goes to the latter end.
95.
So mentally, you just sort of
156.
got to think best case scenario and try and remember the good points.
130.
And that would have been a great point to remember and kickstart his day.
And it is a day that hasn't got going.
100.
But he did so much
Brian,
good
you
there. He will
require
forget
18.
the 2 treble 20s as an example and remember that he missed by so far at the double 18.
10.
He'll remember the
Gemma, you
negative
require
out of that whole thing, but
128.
the positive is he got himself a go at the double 18.
Well, he's going to come back for 3 more at double 4 to win the third leg and to bring the gap back
72.
down to 2-1.
Brian, you require 8.
Now double 2.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's a
Brian
break.
Raman.
The game returns to throw.
Fourth leg. It's Brian to throw first. Game on.
Bit warm on the stage, perhaps. And I suppose when you play later on in the day, the lights have been on for a while. There's
140.
been a number of games played on that particular stage. I mean, you played at the Lakeside late at night when you're the final game on in a
100.
session, and that stage really does heat up. And it does when you've had a number of games on there. That stage just gets warmer and warmer.
Yeah, absolutely. And the heat of the lights get warmer and warmer. But because we're a new purpose-built darting venue here,
59.
the lighting's more LED and stuff here. There is still lighting here, and there's lots of lighting, but it's not quite as warm as maybe the stuff from
100.
not so eco-friendly lighting maybe that we have at the lakeside. But yeah, you're absolutely right. No matter where there's light,
95.
there's heat. And when you come here in June and July to play, it is absolutely sweltering.
100.
I don't forget the days when we had a sole presenter on the balcony in the middle of June when it was 35 degrees. That was a very warm day.
It was, and I would be coming out of the air-conditioned commentary box up there for 5 minutes
56.
and going back down. It was just terrible for me.
Try doing it for 5 hours.
I know the heat was immense because obviously the hot air rises and you were up on the balcony doing that stuff, so I don't envy you there.
You require 48.
Well, this is for 2-2. Double 16. All square.
On the fourth leg.
Gemma Hayter was 2-0 up in this contest, and when she hit that 14 darter to go 2 to the good, it looked like it was going to be one-way traffic. But credit to Brian, who has had his moments of adversity. Stares around looking for something. Don't know what.
100.
But we're back level at 2-2. In a polo mint, that Max.
It's just what he does. Momentum's with him now. Oh, here comes Gemma.
135.
Touch unlucky, Gem.
56.
Now, Brian gave us one of our more clickbaity moments of the year here at the Super Series, where he hit back-to-back 180s, but the last start of both of those 180s were no look. And he was on a 9 at that point. He missed dart 7, but
57.
it led the question whether he would have gone for the no-look double 12 for a 9 darter, and if so, the internet would have crashed. There's a 3-2. Double 16, 3 from 3 on her doubles. Her combination finishing has been excellent in this game. She's 3-2 up. It's an 11 dart. It's the best leg of the week so far. She's a leg away from the win.
140.
Yeah, lovely 11 darter from Gem.
121. 93.
Be really intriguing to see where Gemma finds herself in the next 12 months. We've spoken about how good her first year it is, but if she continues to progress at the rate that she does, then are we looking at a Tripoli at the top of the women's game? Gemma, Bo and Fallon, and obviously Noah Lynn, Van Leuven, you've got to put in the mix as well in the women's series.
Absolutely. Rianne O'Sullivan, you've got to put her in there as well. Yep, she didn't have a good lakeside, but that's just one game, you know, that it didn't quite happen for her. But I think there's an absolute mass of really good ladies that can beat one another. Yes, Bo's the outstanding one at the moment. But the rest of the ladies, even our very own commentator Trina here has started to pick a game up and throw in some nice stuff. There really is a big bunch of 10 or 12 ladies now who most are knocking each other about and beating each other all the time. But Bo is still the one there at the top end of that. And, of course, you've got Fallon at the top end of that. And Gemma's right up there with them. She's there in the top 5 now, I believe, the way that she's played. And that's only after 1 year. She's going to really set the place alight. I think she's going to find a game that you'll soon be seeing that she'll be beating all those on a regular basis.
125. 140. 45. 140.
Well, Raman, first to finish in his last leg. And that is a disaster for Gemma, that first
24.
start into the single five, and then followed by the bounce out. And she needed a treble just to recover things. And so Raman, 6 on this position, didn't have to attack it. But what a position he's left himself in. Double 12 after 12.
$140. Brian, you require 24. Game shot.
Good one for 40 to pressure from Gemma, but it's to no avail. Raman hits the double 12, and when he has games like that and he has bounce back ability and sticking ability, he has to wonder where he goes sometimes in these matches during the group games. Here it is. It's a 4-3 win for Brian Raman. Gemma Hayter, 87.75. Really good averaging. 3-3 on the doubles. It was just a case of getting there before Brian. We head off into a short break and we'll start our last group of matches with Sebastian Bialecki taking on Andreas Nikolaou.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we enter the final round of matches on this Wednesday afternoon. Before the break, we saw a victory for Brian Raman, 4-3 against Gemma Hayter. The other games in that round saw Sebastian Bialecki beat Andy Bolton by 4-1, and Thomas Banks beating Andreas Nikolaou by 4-2. This is how the table looks. Andy Bolton won the league very early on today. It's all about seeing who dots the I's and crosses the T's further down. And Thomas Banks can be assured of his passage through to Group B tomorrow night if Sebastian Bialecki in second there goes to bed of Andreas Nikolaou. If Andreas does win that game, Thomas has got the opportunity to qualify through to Group B if he gets the beating of Brian Raman in the penultimate match of the session. But it all could be said and done here, and if the truth be told, it probably will be said and done here if the pattern of today follows suit, because Sebastian Bialecki has been head and shoulders the player of the day so far. Has averaged more than 90 in every single match that he has played today. In matter of fact, his lowest average of the day came in his match against Brian Raman, and that was a 91.09. Previously, he was 4 from 4 in his doubles, including a 154 checkout to beat Andy Bolton 4-1, average of 97.91, perfect on the outer ring. For Andreas,
First leg, it's Sebastian
you get the sense if he's going to even be competitive against this version of Sebastian, he is going to have to play to numbers that maybe he hasn't achieved so far this week. His highest average being a 91 in his match against Andy Bolton on Monday.
I think that's what he's got to look back to if he wants to make this match go in his favour. He needs another one like those. And kind of throw it back into Thomas's court. But
100.
I think overall for the 3 days, he's come here and been quite impressive for me. He hasn't... We looked at it on Monday morning and thought, we don't really know a lot about this guy. He could end up being in all sorts of problems. He hasn't been here before. Will he take to it? Will he not take to it? And sometimes you fear for players like that, but he's really grabbed the opportunity and he's done well. And I'm sure if you ask him, he would have wanted to have done better. But when you look back at some of those games on the first day and, like I say, beating Andy at the top of the group,
100.
He's kind of done well in places and in patches. But I think the more we see of him, which hopefully we do, the better he will get.
99.
And this really is a lead top position that he's up against here. A man who's going to be plying his trade on the PDC Pro Tour come the beginning of 2025. And what a way it would be to sign off from the amateur side of the game if he was to pick up a global championship. It means he wouldn't be able to defend it next year, but it'd be some parting present. And this would be some start to this contest. If he can find double 16.
72.
It's the first start at double he has missed
61.
for quite some time. It's the first start at double he's missed since his match against Brian Raman. And even in that particular game, he was 4 from 6.
41.
And he's going to get 3 more here to take out the opening leg after Nikolaou failed to take out the tops.
I like that route from him. Removes the risk element and gets himself a dart at it.
Game shot on the first leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
Bialecki makes no mistake of double 8 to take the opening leg and to lead 1-0.
Second leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on. $108.
That's his 5th today
115.
for Andreas, and he's only had 4 in the last 2 days and now added 5 today. So you would say
81.
he is getting the hang of it. He's getting more used to the place.
And we do see it in the past where ADC qualifies because Group A is by and large the strongest group of the week in
140.
the Super Series, obviously this being a different competition. That actually when they go to Group C, they feel like they get a little bit more joy. The only problem that Andreas has got this week is he's got James Richardson, Adam Lipscomb and Connor Heenahan in his way.
43.
Players that by and large, when they get an invite to the Super Series, play the full week from a Group A. Of course, that's assuming he gets there. If he wins this match, he's still got a chance of playing in Group B. Should Brian Raman do him a solid over Thomas Banks?
$59. Sebastian, you require 106.
Bialecki 106 for a 2-0 lead. Triple 18. Gives himself a dart at double 16.
90.
Well, he's missed that double now
Andreas,
for
you
Tom Plus
require
checkouts in back-to-back
138.
legs.
Which is totally the opposite to what he's been all day. Every time he's been there, he's been right on it.
118. Sebastian, you require 16.
So pressure asserted from Nikolaou.
Game shot on a second
But the
leg.
double 8
Sebastian
goes again
Bialecki.
for the second leg in a row.
Here's the break, a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
In cruise control, just playing to his type all day. Average just under 97. 13 data to win that previous leg. He's just going about his business
47.
beautifully, and if he wins this game, he would have completed the card on Wednesday. He'll be heading into a Group B with
60.
Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks and Bradley Roos. Now, if Thomas Banks is added to it, which a Zebwin would do so, good luck calling 3 from 5 from that, because that looks an insanely tough group.
97.
That looks like leg count back group all day long, that one.
And I tell you, I'm gonna say something here, Scott. There's a very good chance that the winner of the whole tournament could come from that Group B and that group of 5.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. I will write that down in my things to remember and try and remember that for the Sunday. I will mark the date.
Or maybe not, because it could all go pear-shaped.
Because it's commentator's curse.
But you just look at the group of players in there. Darryl Pilgrim is proven on this stage to win. Bradley Brooks is improving as the year goes along. He's won here recently. Bradley Roos, even when not his best, can find a way to get results. Seb in this mood is just going to cause chaos. And we know the A game that Thomas Banks has got. I'm not saying there's a guarantee that anything happens. But that's a group of 5 that if they can reach their top level, are more than good enough to win the whole thing.
Sebastian, you require 78.
And they haven't been in and seen the trophy live yet. Once they see that trophy, that'll give you the motivation.
Game shot on the third leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
There's no sweeter feeling than hitting doubles, and that's what Sebastian Bialecki has done to a tremendous rate today. 45 darts to complete the first 3 legs. He has an average of 100.2. 3-0 to the good. And 1 away from completing the card on this Wednesday.
Yeah, clearly doing the job.
140.
And it's not like Andreas is doing a great deal wrong. 100 average there for Sebastian Bialecki, and Andreas is on 93 average at the minute.
95.
He's not doing a great deal wrong.
$100.
Well, a win here for Andreas, and Thomas Banks will survive a close shave for the final Group B spot.
This will make the image of the table look a lot better for him.
It's such a good Group B. Now, next week's lineup looks as follows in Group A.
100.
Adam Mole, Gary Stone, James Wilding, Evan Poulsen, Marvin van Velzen, and Donny Schervater. Group C, James Bailey, Devon Peterson, and Shane Hayward.
85.
The Group B features Joe Croft, Charlie Martin, and John Desimo. The top 8 players will then qualify through to the finals on Sunday, the 22nd of December. The victor of which will pick up £25,000 and the inaugural
58.
Global Championship trophy.
Dress you require 119.
Triple 20 for tops.
59. 97. Andreas, you require 60.
Can he sandwich it in the middle?
Gave Sean a full
You
flag.
just knew
Andreas
that last
Nikolaou.
start was going, because how many times does something like that happen and then the dart at the end of the visit
Fifth
goes?
flag. It's Sebastian to throw first.
But the best bit was he
Yeah.
actually used the dart that he threw over the top. It was in the perfect position, caught the flight, dragged it into the double top. Fair play. I'm going to start doing that. Throw the first one away on 60, get it into a position where you can
81.
use it. Yeah, I'm all for that.
Well, there's modernising the game, and then there's that. Well, it's given Andreas a route back in the game, despite the unconventionalness of it.
180.
And he's beginning to really kick on and motor on. His body's average up to 92.5, and we said that he'd have to play his best darts of the week to be competitive with
59.
Sebastian. Well, that's exactly what he's doing here.
6th 180 today. He's definitely coming to the party.
Power scoring to a degree which you probably haven't
81.
seen from him earlier on in the week. Probably the key to his success was his sheer consistency.
But he'll know that's part of the game that has to improve to be able to compete with these guys week in, week out.
57. 100. 85. Andreas, you require 140.
Well, to extend this game further, Andreas has got 6 here for 140.
40.
'Bialecki just switched off for a couple of moments, but the radar has
Andreas,
just
you
come
require
back on a little
100.
bit there. Might be too late, though. Andreas looking at tops to bring it back to 3-2, unable to
80.
take it. So Bialecki is going to
Sebastian,
get
you
a dart to
require
complete the
80.
card. And this is to put Thomas Banks into Group B tomorrow night.
40. Andreas, you require 20. Game shot on the 5th leg. Andreas Nikolaou.
So Andreas
6th leg. It's
now
Andreas
has
to
the
throw
throw
first.
to level all this up.
Game on.
He's worked pretty hard in the last couple of legs to get the 2 that he's got. He's been running around the mid-90s for most of the match. It's now dropped off to
100.
just shy of 90, 89.73. Bialecki is hovering around the 90 average, which is where he's been all week.
96. 59. $99. $40.
Bialecki will look at the bullseye here. Couple of trebles.
139.
Leads him on 167 after 9 to complete the job. And he's still in a position here. If Andreas wants another treble, he's on a finish. That could well be a happy accident.
73.
But slip with the last means that
Sebastian,
Seb
you
has
require
6 on this 167 to eventually get the job done.
$57.
Come back for 110.
$59. Sebastian, you require 110.
To complete the cards for a perfect 5 on Wednesday and to send Thomas Banks into Group B. Sebastian Bialecki is going to get a match start at double 16.
78.
But for the third time in this
Andreas,
game, he's
you
missed that
require
target for a ton plus
170.
checkout.
This would be a mighty, mighty ask. And it is too much.
So
6.
back to double 16
Sebastian, you require
to
36.
kill this game off, to complete the card, and to put Thomas Banks into the night session.
Shot and the match.
A
Sebastian
fantastic
Bialecki.
5 for Sebastian Bialecki. The pole wins every single game on Wednesday to guarantee his place into Group B, and because of that win against Andreas Nikolaou, will guarantee Thomas Banks' place in the night session. For Andreas, he's going to have to go again in Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon, but for Sebastian Bialecki, a 4-2 victory, which ends his day perfectly. A great Wednesday, great performance from first start to last. 2 more games for you now, and we kick off with Brian Raman and Thomas Banks. Hello, welcome back. You're watching the ADC Global Championship on Pluto TV. And we've got 2 more games for you on this Wednesday afternoon. And we're going to kickstart the meeting between Brian Raman and Thomas Banks. These two will be treading in different paths and different directions when it comes to Thursday and Friday, respectively. Brian will be plotting in Group C, whereas Thomas Banks will be playing in Group B. But who is going to win this particular meeting? We're about to find out. This game yesterday was won by Brian Raman by 4 legs to 0. It's 1-1 on the personal head-to-head because Thomas won the opening meeting of the week by a 4-3 scoreline on Monday afternoon. So 1-1 between this pair. And if the truth be told, Scott, if we look at today's performances, we probably look at Thomas Banks and look at him as probably the favourite to go on and win this.
Yeah, the way that the day's gone, that would be the right assumption for me. But the lads came out and I stood up here at the commentary window, and the lads came out and they were having a good chat with one another. So there doesn't seem to be
44
any needle at the moment. But Thomas would want to come out, and again, it's back to the same old scenario we were talking about earlier. The scenario about you don't want to be losing to somebody that's going to be in your group tomorrow in your last game, because it does give them a bit of a heads up. And you don't want that. You don't want that. Mentally for yourself, you don't want that.
90. Brian, you require 167.
Man first to finish in this opening leg, looking at 167. Can't be done now. And so Banks will return for 104 to get the break of throw in this opening leg. Double 4. What he's looking for. Double 4 is not what he gets. And so Raman back for 80 to take out the opening leg. Tops.
40.
Does not go.
Thomas, you require 4. No score.
Well, Thomas has had 4 opportunities to take out this opening leg. He's unable to utilise them. And Brian Raman pounces by pinning double 10 and taking a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on. $57.
Yeah, Thomas has got to find some trebles here from somewhere, hasn't he? That's been the biggest difference in this game so far. From his build up to this, he's been better today.
95.
We speak so much about Brian and confidence, and I think for him, if he can end with a win, yes, he'll be disappointed with how
100.
It's gone for him. There's no doubt about that. He would have set ambitions to have won the group, or worst case scenario, playing Group B.
100.
But if he can at least end with 2 points on the board and 2 points to his name, it may just make him feel a little bit better about himself when the head hits the pillow tonight.
Yeah, we're all talking. It goes back to that mental side of the game again, doesn't it?
140. Thomas, you require 109.
You want to finish nicely today, and then you head back to tomorrow with 93. A bit of, obviously in Group C. They're the early games as well from 1 o'clock.
69. Thomas, you require 16.
Double 8 to square this game up at 1 apiece. Does not like the look of that. But I love the look of that. What a dart that is. The bed was completely blocked, but he managed to find a way over the top. And this match is level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Brian to throw first. Game on. 93. 140.
Over the top. Wasn't that my mate Dean Stanley's nickname?
Yes, old Dino,
100.
former Lakeside finalist. What is Dean doing these days, do you know?
60.
I believe he's something to do with trucks. I think he's organising a transport, something or another in that line of work.
60.
From what I've seen, I know he sort of retired and went on into driving trucks, and I think he's now doing something to do with more to do with the transport, as much as drive it. I don't think he drives so much now. Should have asked Lorraine, shouldn't I, at the weekend how he was really, but we were all having too much fun.
To get into the menial everyday business. Hope you're well, Dean, if you are watching.
100. Brian, you require 148.
Man, look at it, 148. Another one of them. Would have given him a dart at double 14. But what he is going to do is leave himself on 2-8 if this 101 doesn't go. Now, double 16 was what he was looking at on 98, which is an interesting play considering that the bullseye from first glance looked quite blocked.
Game shot on the third leg. Brian Raman.
Mistake on the double 2 for Brian Raman to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg. It's Thomas to throw first. Game on. 57.
2 on Raman. Both players averaging 83 after 3 legs in this contest. And that, the first maximum of it.
60.
Oh, hello. He goes back to back. We saw Sebastian Bialecki miss double 12 for a 9-darter yesterday. Is Brian Raman going to give us a moment of brilliance? He's 3 darts away from perfection here in the Global Championship. But dart 7 goes a begging.
65.
Like I say, the best bit with his darts is he could have fitted another 3 into the left on that second 180 and another 3 of his darts in onto the right.
60. Brian, you
do
require
really, when he gets it right, it just does go on a pinhead, doesn't it?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
12 darter, 3-1. And there's an irony about the situation that Brian shakes his head. It's going so well, but he'll be thinking in the back of his mind, why is it going well now?
128.
It's all part of the frustration of the game, my friend. It's all part of the frustration of the game.
140. $81.
We all stick ourselves out there to play our beloved game, but it can't always go right. And then another minute you just go, hang on a minute, I'm not even trying too much here. It's going lovely. And maybe that's a sign you've been over-trying, Brian, for the last couple of days.
It's finding a way of it meaning nothing when actually it means absolutely everything.
Yeah, people tried to say to me, it's just like a practice throw. But never have a practice throw that you don't mean, was what I was told by an old guy. So never throw a dart that you don't mean, even in practice, that you know where you're feeling the same every time you throw.
30. Brian, you require
for a man,
57.
it will end his day of a win. A good performance. He's dragged his average up to 94. Double 10
47.
to complete the job.
Thomas, you require 102.
Banks is back for 102 to save this contest. Double 14 would have given him a dart at tops.
54. Brian, you require 10.
But this to see the game through. 2 5s for Brian Raman. Down to the Desmond double. And into the points. A good performance to end his Group A campaign for Brian Raman. The average just dovetails below the 90 mark, but there's a lot about that performance he can be happy with. He went 6 deep into the 9-darter in leg 4. He gets the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 1. Our final game is between Andy Bolton and Gemma Hayter. Welcome back to the final game here at the Global Championship on this Wednesday afternoon. It sees the top and bottom place player of the group go toe-to-toe. It's Andy Bolton and Gemma Hayter lock horns for the final time in this Group A, possibly the final time this week. This is a meeting between the ADC men's and the ADC women's Tour champions in 2024. Hayter picking up that particular title by getting the better of Fallon Sherrick by 4 legs to 0 in the final, whilst Andy Bolton picked up his title by beating Charlie Martin by 4 legs to 2 in the final a week later here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So a ceremonial clash to end Group A, the first ever week here at the Global Championship. Andy Bolton enjoying a sweet, maybe a spot of lunch. Well, he can enjoy the next couple of days because he is into the final. And he said winning this tournament would be the cherry on top of a cake. Well, he's got his just desserts in terms of his performances over the first 3 days.
140. 100.
Gemma was disappointed with her performance on Monday against Andy.
100.
It was at a similar stage of the day. It was her last game, and I think that maybe kind of set her up for sort of that bad Tuesday. So she'll be looking for a good performance here. We know that Andy's top of the table. We know that he's ruthless, and he wants to
96.
make sure that he beats everybody that has a chance of playing him on Saturday night.
140. And he required
Nicely done by Gemma there.
122.
Double 7 incoming
108.
for another table topper.
Gemma requires
Another
61.
ton plus. Start with bullseye. That looks like 11. It's just gone 10 for double top.
Gates
Nicely
on the
finished.
First leg, Gemma Hayter.
And again, when she gets down there and gets a dart at it, generally she hits it.
Second leg, it's
I
Gemma
think that's
to
the biggest trait to her game.
Game on.
Well, Hayter gets the break. She leads 1-0.
44.
For Andy, it'll be a couple of days at home. And when I say home, Portsmouth has been a home to him for the last couple of years. He's home from home. You just chill out, enjoy the sea breeze air.
40.
I was going to say, he generally goes for a walk on the beach, doesn't he, and stuff. And I'm thinking, you need a second coat for that this week. Although up there it's a little bit colder in Scotland than it is down here, apparently.
Well, the last time Andy Bolton won a Group A scenario, it was back in the summertime. And he was going to a very popular fast food chain of restaurants. And every single day he was enjoying a different 99-based thing in a tub.
55.
Which has, like, you know, popular chocolate flavours on it. Every single day. That was his little treat. So he'd go for a long walk and then he'd head to a place with
26.
golden arches and enjoy a flurry-like dessert.
It's hard to describe without mentioning the name, isn't it?
140.
Yes. First name Sean.
$60. Andy requires
Bolton looking at 146 to level this game up at one apiece and looking to get the break back.
60. $66. Andy require 86.
Bolton 86 to level up at 1-1. 74 remaining, so treble 14 leaves double 16.
Game shot on the second leg. Andy Bolton.
Ruthless and efficient.
It's just the vein of form that he's in, isn't it? He's
Third
just
leg,
now
it's
looking at
Andy
it and
to
going,
go
well, I know
first.
that I can hit it because
Game
I'm
on.
playing all right. So I'm going to just... you're looking at it and going, oh, yeah, I've missed that one, so I need one there, and it goes there. And then he's looking at the double and goes, oh, yeah, I'll have one there as well, and it goes there. It's a lovely place to be. I think every dart player's been there at some point or another, and it's what they search for when it isn't there. That's exactly because they know the feeling, and that's what sometimes drags some players down.
99. $100. $92.
Well, Bolton's left himself on the fish. Hayter needs a couple of triples here to ensure that she could leave herself on a big finish and just to finish altogether.
43.
Not to
Andy
be, so
require
Andy has 6 to
107.
turn this game around. Was 1-0 down. And from here, should put himself 2-1 up.
44.
He's himself on 1-2-6.
59.
And doesn't have to
Andy
attack
require
this via the bullseye route if he
126.
doesn't want to. He won't do. Go for the ball with the second dart. Because that would have given him
94.
a poker double A. But he's going to leave himself on 32 nonetheless. Bolton just going through the gears here, and
32.
going through the gears has been more than enough right now.
Game shot on
That
the
double
third leg,
16 has
Andy
been
Bolton.
helpful for him throughout the course of the week, and it's the double that he's got to win both of the legs that he's accrued so far in this
Fourth leg,
contest.
it's Gemma to throw
It's been like
first.
on a string, hasn't it?
Game on.
It's lovely when it feels like that. You have spells on varying doubles. Sometimes it's 24, sometimes it's
26.
tops. And you think, well, I just can't miss. And because you're thinking that mentally in your head, you don't miss. Whereas if you go for a double and you go, ooh, I don't know, like a double 1 or a
59.
double 3 or a double 5, that's when you start only hitting them 30% of the time because you're not confident it's a double you're usually going to hit.
100.
Randy Bolton, with a couple more legs, will win the final game of the group. And then it'll be party time
60.
for the X Factor. He can enjoy his couple of days off. And I get the sense that
41.
if he wins this trophy, there will be a big, big celebration for the X Factor. Could you go as far as to say if he wins this global championship, it's the biggest title he's ever picked up, even a player of the CV of Andy Bolton?
125.
Possibly. I think we all see varying titles that we win round and about in different guises.
100.
Sometimes it can be a title that's local home to you that you really like or whatever. I probably, it would be up there for him without doubt, and I think he would admit that.
100.
Well, he's way too strong at this present moment in time. Gemma doing her best to keep us over the contest. That 140 leaves herself on a 2-darter to try and level this game up at 2-2. But Bolton here, 157.
125.
Leaves himself on, guess what, double 16 again. And you get the sense this is must hit for Gemma. Decided to go for the treble to leave herself on
54.
double 8.
And he required 32. Game shot on the
Bolton,
fourth
no
leg.
mistake
Andy
once
Bolton.
again on double 16. 3 times hit, 3-1 up with the darts for the match.
Fifth leg.
And it's like he's nearly hitting the same hole in the double 16 as well. He's doing that 90 average again, 90 plus, which makes you very difficult to catch and very difficult to get opportunities. You've got to be doing up round that
100.
each time, which, yeah, you don't have to do it over a full game. You can do it over a leg. You've got to be up around that 100 average over the leg to try and get a dart at anything before Andy gets there while he's doing that 90.
Now he really is building up
140.
and looking to finish up this contest.
$140.
Hayter leaving herself on 161. Excellent setup. This has to go. Hayter's on the ropes. Not to be, and so Bolton will return for 71 to complete a 4-1 success.
41. And he requires 71.
Do you reckon he go 39 for 32? 4 in a row?
Ooh, I wonder. Tops to end a dazzling display and a dazzling Group A performance. Andy Bolton just has that X factor when it comes to ADC tournaments. The tour champion is into Saturday night at the Global Championships. He gets the better of Gemma Hayter by 4 legs to 1. He was by far the best in the group, and there is absolutely nothing that nobody can say about it. Andy Bolton wins by 4 legs to 1 against Gemma Hayter. That rounds off the action in this Group A, where he is the victor of it. Sebastian Bialecki and Thomas Banks will move into Group B. Andreas Nikolaou, Brian Raman and Gemma Hayter are in Group C. Let's hear now from Andy Bolton. We will hear from him in a few moments' time. He'll be joining myself and Scott Mitchell in the studio on the other side of these commercial messages. welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Group A has come to a close. A group which was dominated by Andy Bolton from first start to last. He got the better of Hayter by 4 legs to 1 before the break in the final game of the group. Today belonged though to Sebastian Bialecki, who won all 5 games, averaged in excess of 90 in all 5 of those games. That was good enough for him to get a Group B position. We can confirm the table now. Andy Bolton, the winner of it, 26 points from his 15 games. Sebastian Bialecki, 6 points behind in second. Thomas Banks edged past Andreas Nikolaou for the final spot in Group B. Raman and Hayter will join the Cypriot in the afternoon session. Now, I'm happy to say that with me in the studio, and for the first time in the studio, Andy Bolton, great to see you up here. It's the first time you've been in this lovely boudoir.
Yes, it's very nice, isn't it? I don't know why I've not been invited before. Yeah, hey, it's like ticked off the bucket list now. Yeah, I've been invited to the Golfers Bowl, and yeah, it's nice to be here. I'm actually stuck for words. I'm like overtaken by what a lovely place it is.
This is better than winning Group A, isn't it?
Well, this is the be all and end all for me. Yeah, apart from like lifting that beautiful trophy a week on Sunday, that'll top it.
Well, you've been playing very well in pursuit of this particular trophy. Let's talk about your Group A campaign, in particular Monday and Tuesday, where you really became a dominant force. And I can imagine today must have been a bit of a weird one, because you won the group very early. You had a lot of games which, look, of course, you wanted to win. And as you mentioned, your intention was to complete the card. But I can imagine that natural intensity can maybe sometimes wane a little bit when you've won the group quite early.
Yeah, I think that the nerves were definitely there Monday and Tuesday. This means a lot to me. I think the whole ADC thing, be nice to be like that guy that, you know, is seen as the guy that holds it all up, if you like. But yeah, the Monday, Tuesday, a lot of nerves there for both days, and today was, yeah, it's a nice feeling to be a bit relaxed. But then when you still want to play and you still want to turn up and do your best. It's not the easiest thing to do sometimes, to play a bit when you're flat. The nerves are not always there.
Do you come in with an agenda on Monday morning and look at the group and go, I've got to target this person and this person. These two are going to be the two that possibly give me the biggest problem. Are you one of those?
No, not really. I think I like to think I give everybody the same face value. Look, everybody that's here can play darts. So like, just thinking you've just got to look after 1 or 2 players. I kind of get that mentality, but that one of them other people just has a good game and just knocks you off your stride, and then it's different. It can all go. Yeah, can I say tits up? Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you can
yeah,
do,
go the other way. Can't do.
Done.
Anyway, see you later. No, but it's just that. But it's just about winning every game. You know, every Group A campaign is the same. You know, as an old guy with a bad shoulder and a dodgy neck, you know, it's very important for me all the time to get 2 days off. So it's that's the main aim every time I play in a Group A here.
I think I've got to apologise for that. Let's talk about the moment that you sealed the deal, because you got it done quite early, and I can imagine as well in that scenario, you just don't want any dramas. You don't want anybody possibly just coming back at you and making life a little bit nervous. You just want to get it done and then just focus on the rest of the day ahead.
Yeah, I've had a lot of campaigns in Group A with Sebastian over the last couple of years, and he's a guy you can never ride off. And even when I won my first game against Brian today, I looked at the table, and as a guy that works things out, I thought, as long as I win another 4 legs, I think I'm all right. But if I lose 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, and he beats me 4-0, then so it was very conscious. And I played, I can't remember who I played second game, but when I won 3 legs, I thought, well, that means he's got to be flawless now, sort of thing. And I won that game, so that was, relief time. But yeah, it's just trying to play every game, you know. And the vault's been a massive thing, I think, for me over the last. I was late coming into the vault. And you go on a Tuesday night or a Thursday night, and you know there's a lot of good players there. There's a lot of guys that are just starting out, but it's important for me to play each game as Andy Bolton. So like, as long as I can come out of them every game doing what I do, whether the guy plays really well or the guy doesn't turn up, then I've still got my practice out of it, and I've still done what I needed to do.
That's a really good outlook to have, actually, to the vaults. The vaults are, I've played in some of them, and they really are not as easy as they sound.
No.
And like you say, you prop up against players that you've never seen before, and as long as you do your bit of what you're doing, you have to walk away pleased. And like you say, it's great practice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just competitive practice. I can be back at home and have 2.5 hours on the board. And you know how monotonous that can be sometimes. But at the vault, you're there, you're playing competitive. I've met some great new people. Shout out to Kilmarnock and in Scotland at the vault, and they all made me feel welcome. And I've met some great new friends there, and and I get messages from them when I'm at weeks like this.
Is the ADC where you've found your home since losing your tour card? I know this has been great for you, the Modus Super Series, when you play that tournament here, but outside of that, in terms of circuit, is this where you've really pitched your tent recently? Yeah,
I would say so. Yeah, certainly in the last 6, well, maybe even 12 months. It would mean a massive amount to me to lift that beautiful trophy a week on Sunday. I mean, I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. I'm in a great place, being in Saturday night. More than most weeks to win Group A. There's a lot of good players coming in Group B and Group C. So to have 2 days off and just watch them kind of battle it out. I mean, but yeah, the ADC, it's been a great part of me getting back to being, the X Factor.
Let's talk about Saturday. It's the first time I've actually spoken to a player about this, because the dynamics change a little bit compared to a usual week where we know it's just one player that gets through to a Champions League, where this week it's a little bit different, where 4 get a qualification spot through to the semi-finals. Now, I can guarantee you're probably going to tell me that you're going to go to win Saturday because that is how you play the game. However, is there a little bit in the back of that mind that will have that almost a bit of a safety net approach, that if you get through the group stage, you can almost relax going into the semi-finals and finals?
Yeah, I think it's a definite. That's a great way of putting it. Obviously, I am going to tell you that I'm there. I'm here to win the week. I'm here to, Saturday night's Monday night, and that's what I'm here to. This is my job. This is my living. This is what I'm here to do, sort of thing. But yeah, definitely there'll be definitely a sense of relief. I think if you make the semi-finals, be a little bit more relaxed, knowing that obviously you're here to achieve. You've done what you wanted to do when you started the week.
So that makes the group stages a little bit more complicated than it would be in a normal Super Series, really.
Yeah, oh, definitely, yeah. But there's going to be a lot more pressure. I mean, there's a lot of pressure in a group stage anyway on a Saturday night. But yeah, it definitely comes with a little bit of a added, little bit more tension, I would think, come Saturday night.
Let's talk about first, because I remember when we spoke before the tour finals last month, you spoke about how you wanted to be the first to lift that trophy. You were successful in doing so. How much would you like to be the first name on this particular trophy? And would that solidify the X?
I'll breathe in a bit here.
Yeah. I've been waiting for you to do that for the last 5 minutes.
This is what the trophy...
No.
This is what it looks like.
Just nice to see Henry.
Said nobody ever.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right, let's quickly move on before this interview completely loses course. But how much would you like to be the first person on that trophy, knowing that whatever ever happens, no one can take that away from you?
Yeah, it would be. I've played this game for a long, 30 plus years, and I know it doesn't look it, but I've played at Lakeside and I've played at Ali Pallies, and I'm thinking, I'm a journeyman of the game, whatever people want to call me, or this, that, the other. But yeah, I feel at the minute like maybe this is my moment, this is my time, and if I can lift that and I never, and I still just keep doing what I do. Look, I've say it time and time again. I love this sport, right? I love everything about it, the people, the social side of it, the game. And I'm lucky to do something that I enjoy for a job. You know what I mean? So whether I'm like the top of the tree or whether I'm doing what I do, I'm more than happy with that. But that would just be. It would be like the icing on I put on my post this week, like the icing on my cake, and I like cake, so yeah, why not?
You mentioned the word journeyman. Would winning a big trophy like this always be a justification of what you've done in your career?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I feel like I'm always there or thereabouts. You know what I mean? So, and I've never just won that big. I've never had that big moment, and I'm 51, time's ticking, and So if that becomes my big moment, then I would be more than happy with that. Yeah.
Well, Andy, it's been great chatting to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Mate.
Really do appreciate it. And now you know what this lovely studio looks like.
Yeah.
Andy,
Lovely.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
Bob.
Scott, we're going to have a look at the tournament bracket for the rest of the week. Andy Bolton, the winner of Group A. Group B, we'll see Darryl Pilgrim, Bradley Brooks, Bradley Roos, Sebastian Bialecki and Thomas Banks all in action. You look at that particular lineup, Scott, and that's got heavyweight written all over it. 5 players who have all won weeks at the Super Series. 5 players that will all fancy their chances this week.
The man of the moment has just said exactly the same. He looks at what's coming in and said he didn't want to be in Group B and C, and that is why. That lineup is pretty special. We got 2 days of absolute ferocious darts coming up, because I think it's going to be separated on leg difference, both groups, on who makes it to Saturday night. I really do.
In terms of the players that are coming in, Darryl Pilgrim and Bradley Brooks probably are the 2 headliners in that. In terms of Bradley, first and foremost, dropped off the tour at the end of 2023. What have you made of his progress in his first year off tour?
I think, having experienced it myself, it's very difficult to know what to do. It's very difficult. There are so many options now off the tour that you generally pick the ones that are easier to get to, or the closest ones to you. I think he's in fairly good nick. He's had moments on the Challenge Tour he's been really good, and then there's moments that he really hasn't done it. He's been up and down, but something like this, it's a big stage. He's a show. He likes to be on the big stage, and he enjoys it. So when he's enjoying it, he plays well. So I think he'll go well. I think he'll go well here this week.
In terms of Group C and the players that are coming in, Adam Lipscomb, this is a home tournament for him. And Conor Heenahan as well has great success on this stage, or has had great success on this stage in the past. For the 3 players dropping out of Group A, how tough a task is it for them to possibly dislodge the 3 that are coming in?
Well, it's going to be very difficult. They've got to use their experience from this week. We're talking about players that sometimes are usually in Group A and then go well in the groups at the end of the week. They don't have that advantage now. They're coming in fresh. And Group B is one of those that you've really got to hit the ground running, because the games run out pretty quickly. So you've only got 4 each day, and you're used to playing 5 each day. And before you know it, if you lose a couple in a row, you're in all sorts of problems. So I think there's more pressure being in Group B anyway. And then you had the lineup that you have, that you're coming into. Wow, oh wow. I just can't wait to watch it all.
Well, Scott, it's been great fun the first 3 days. The race for this trophy is definitely intensifying, and we shall resume it all again tomorrow. Well, Scott, thank you for your company. Thank you for your company at home as well. Well, what an opening few days we've had to the ADC Global Championship. It resumes with double sessions tomorrow. We kick off at 1 o'clock, and then we'll be live from 10 p.m. for the evening session. But as far as Group A is concerned, it was all about Andy Bolton. He showed that X factor from first start to last to dominate Group A. Bye from us.
Here with Luke Littler, the champion of Modus Super Series 3. Luke,